I'm a local journalist, and my job is relentless. I had spent a lifetime chasing down truth from rumors and following news that would frequently take me out of my hometown of Troy, Michigan. In 2014, the editorial team asked me to follow a story from Detroit. Normally, I would jump on any opportunity to leave home, but at the time, I had a strange feeling holding me back. And part of it was due to my uneasiness driving after my shoulder surgery, and partly due to listening to my colleagues say that Route 75 is a paranormal magnet. I was pacing outside my boss's office, thinking of some sort of excuse to not go, and I noticed Frank packing up his desk. He was moving to another job outside of Troy, and that meant my chance for a promotion was maybe finally here. So, I decided to swallow my anxiousness and take on the story. I called my dad and asked if I can take his car, to which he replied, "Young journalists are not paid enough on their own yet. Detroit? Well, I can come along, and I'll stop at your Uncle Sean's place," my dad had answered me. I cringed from the inside, but agreed. We don't have much in common. I'm a timid, antisocial. He is outspoken and loud. However, I really wanted the Detroit store to help me with the promotion, and the road trip would probably mean a lot to him too. Neither of us had any commitment after work, so we headed right out afterwards, straight down Route 75. He tried churning up some conversation, but I was tired and wanted to be fully awake the next morning. So I started to nod off in the car. Detroit is not far from Troy, but every second felt like an hour. I do not remember when I actually fell asleep. Probably when Dad started telling strange stories of strange creatures that had been seen lurking near Troy at nighttime. Maybe I should have been paying attention to this part. Not soon into the trip, I heard a loud thud, hitting my head on the car window as I was leaning towards. "Hey, are you up?" my dad said. "I think I saw something." "Probably, it was nothing," he whispered. I shook my head, no, and just answered in murmurs. It was dark. We were no longer on Route 75. I remember making frustrated remarks, but his attention was completely elsewhere. His hands gripping the steering wheel. "You were asleep. There was an accident on Route 75, and I knew a way to bypass it over here by the fairgrounds and the cemetery." I rolled my eyes as I reached in my pockets to open the map on my phone. I tried to unlock my phone, but realized it was completely dead. I was so fixated on reaching Detroit that it had slipped my mind to charge it before leaving. The car kept moving along, but then it seemed to slow down. I opened my eyes wider, turning towards my dad to see his eyes wide open and staring at the rearview mirror. I still remember the look of his face, his jaw hanging down. He kept driving ahead slowly, but his eyes were glued to the rearview mirror. Not knowing what was going on, I asked him to let me drive, while Dad kept asking me strange questions, not stopping. I asked him again to stop the car and switch seats with me. He was hesitant at first, but finally agreed. I got out of the car, and soon after getting out, a noise from off in the direction of the cemetery caught my attention. I was looking around to find the source. I scanned the horizon looking for whatever it was, and what I saw was nothing like I could have ever imagined. What I was seeing was a dark-haired, furry, wolf-looking creature, huge in size, about as big as a fully grown horse. I squinted my eyes, thinking it was a play of the light, but the bright yellow eyes that were staring back into mine were definitely real. Even though the creature was at least a few hundred feet away from us, his incredible size was clearly noticeable. Its presence behind our stopped car, looking towards us, was just something I could feel, even that far away. I'll never forget the feeling I had when I first looked at it. It was majestic. It had a sense of undeniable power. I felt it could make anybody feel shivers down their spine and make their hands quiver, just like how I felt in that very moment. However, I'm a journalist, so I decide I can capture this beast with my camera, show people what I saw. I very slowly moved my hand, reaching for the door handle, while also reaching for my camera. In my hand, I was moving slowly enough that I would not be noticed by the creature, who was still a distance away. Unlucky for me, I was wrong. The beast howled a cry at the most unbelievable spectrum and rose up back on its two back feet. Its muscled body was now easily 9 feet tall, and its dark fur made it seem even more ominous and horrifying. However, the strangest part of this vision was the creature's human-like build. It was striking. The only typical wolf features were the tail, the sharp set of paws at the end of each limb, and the snarling wolf head. By this point, my dad jumped inside the car to the passenger seat, and I had moved across the driver's side. He quickly helped me open the seat door and yanked me inside, yelling me to hit the accelerator. At first, I was in shock, but as he pushed my knee and slapped me to my senses, I shut the half-open door, pressing the pedal to its limit, without ever looking back in the rearview mirror. My hands were gripping the steering wheel, white-knuckled. I was still shaking as I drove away and tried to process what had just happened these past 1 to 2 longest minutes of my life. My father saw it too, and he knew what he saw but could not verbally acknowledge it. As far as I'm concerned, I hope it's the first and the last time I catch a glimpse of the notorious Dogman of Michigan. I've had a lot of unusual things happen to me in my life, but nothing so peculiar as that May 19th, 2017, when my husband and I visited the Lizzie Borden Bed and Breakfast here in Massachusetts. What was supposed to be a spooky fun trip turned out to be the most frightening night of all our lives. And it wasn't the house that left a lasting memory, but what happened afterwards that really stuck with us. I was always fascinated with the supernatural. My husband was more of a skeptical type. I convinced him to come with me to one of America's most haunted sites to prove to him the existence of ghosts. We made a little bet. If he saw something he logically could not explain, well, I could go buy some new clothes and he'd have to accompany me on some other historically haunted places. If nothing ever happened, well, he appeared to be staged and I would never bother him with my paranormal fascination ever again. I knew I'd win. I could feel it in my blood. So, we started on our long drive down the highway to Fall River, Massachusetts. When we got to the bed and breakfast, we traveled with a small group and a very knowledgeable tour guide. We were able to see every room in the old Victorian home. Supposedly, the site was famous for a double murder from 1892. The daughter of Andrew Borden, Lizzie Borden, was suspected by many to have been the culprit of her father and stepmother's murder. But the court let her go, assuming she was innocent. After her court victory, she immediately sold the house. It was later turned into a bed and breakfast, but visitors were so often spooked. We stayed in the John V. Morse room, where Abby Borden was actually found murdered. We left the door shut, but during the night, it mysteriously popped open on us. I could feel the negativity in the air increasing. The temperature in the room had dropped considerably. I knew we were definitely not alone. My husband just groggily said the door had clearly not been shut tightly, and the airflow in the room was to blame for the door opening, not ghosts. He did complain, though, of the room being cold. As we sat up in bed, debating who was right, a shadow traveled across the hallway with no body accompanying it. We both clearly saw it, and I could tell from the look on his face that he was now a believer. We looked at each other, rushing for the exit. We only briefly stopped to pay for our stay before heading into the early morning darkness. We fumbled with our keys as we hurried toward the vehicle. That's when we saw it. It was a good way to describe this being. Half man, half dog, with the head of a canine. The creature was literally lurking around the barn that had been reconstructed into a gift shop. I couldn't speak. I was too stunned. Instead, I tugged on my husband's sleeve, and he was super focused on getting our stuff back into the trunk. He did not even notice that thing was standing upright on two legs. I took a step back. I didn't even mean to do it. It was sort of instinctual. I wasn't sure if what I was seeing at first was new, or maybe that something science had been experimenting on, or perhaps something mythical that man had not yet known about. I whispered to my husband as this canine-like creature plopped down on all fours and stared at us hesitantly. My husband, who was still traumatized by the sight of the ghost in the bed and breakfast, wasn't even noticing the creature approach us with a sort of wild curiosity. I bravely stepped past my husband and could now see the creature's vibrant, aggressive, intelligent eyes. Its head looked kind of like that of an Australian shepherd, and it was amazing, but frightening all at the same time. It kind of had like a mane, if that makes sense, and its arms and body was so muscular and wide, I couldn't imagine much standing in his way. This thing was utterly terrifying, but it had spotted patches of black all around the back, and its gaze had me rooted in place. I kind of wanted to lean forward to get a better look, but just then, my husband slammed the trunk, and the creature jumped off and ran to the back. I was kind of annoyed, and I turned and flashed my clueless spouse a look, asked what he did, if he saw that thing. He only shrugged, having clearly missed the whole thing. So we both climbed into the vehicle and began our long drive home. I could never get the encounter out of my mind, and even went with my best friend on vacation back to the same bed and breakfast, just hoping to see the creature that had been lurking outside this barn, just outside the view of others. We both saw some strange things we could not explain, not to mention all the paranormal activity surrounding the property. But sadly, like I just said, the Dogman wasn't the only thing. Though I never did see this creature again, this was also near a wooded area, and it was one of the strangest experiences I've ever had, and definitely one I will never forget as long as I live. It was late October 2017, close to Halloween, and I was living in New Hampshire at the time. Some friends and I decided to go to one of those big city Halloween parties, except we later figured out it was for teens. I thought it was going to be lame like all the other parties I'd been to in the past. Man, I could not have been more wrong if I tried. That Halloween night will stay with me for the rest of my life. My costume was pretty lame, but my mom had made it for me, and I did not want to hurt her feelings, so I wore it regardless. My friends were all dressed in way better costumes, but oh well. We were all ready to kick back and have some fun for the rest of the evening. There was just one catch. We had to cut through a notoriously creepy cemetery to get to this party. It had seemed to stretch on for miles. To me, it looked like a sea of endless tombstones. I really appreciated the eerie atmosphere, though. It was perfect for something strange to happen. My friends and I were all striking poses in some creepy old granite mausoleum with a bunch of columns in front of it. The place looked really old. They all waved to me to join them in their photo shoot, but my eyes were fixed on something different entirely. And that's when things got really weird. As I got closer, peering out from beyond the shadows of the mausoleum was a pair of bright yellow eyes. It was as if they were silently beckoning me, Curiously and almost in a trance from their glow, I stared past my friends and continued to close the gap between myself and whatever it is. As I got closer, I can make out a snout and dark gray fur. A low, guttural growl escaped its smoky gray muzzle. It didn't sound like a growl of malice. It was more like some kind of restless discontentment. Its head slowly peeking out of the shadows. Under the bright moonlight, I could see it much more defined. Its body covered in fur and a head to its collarbone. But the upper torso was completely human, yet almost triangular in build, with its massive muscle arms that all seemed to thin out, right down to the waist. From there, the body became canine again. Its long and fluffy tail stood erect behind it, as it decided whether or not I was friend or foe. I held out my hand like I would any new dog I was meeting for the first time. I took a few hesitant steps towards me, and then stopped just as quickly. Under better lighting, I could see the bits of medium brown fur hidden with the gray-black strands. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I mean, part of me wanted to touch the fur on its head. And the yellow eyes were horrifyingly captivating. They were wild and kind of evil, actually. It was strange. So I kind of seemed locked in this trance, like it was capturing its prey, and I felt nothing except going towards it more and more slowly. This thing came towards me. I could see the reflection of the moisture on its black nose. I knew this was much more than a person in a costume. But even though it was vicious, it had not yet attacked me. It was more intelligent than that, like it was planning on something. Suddenly, my boyfriend motioned to me with his arm, as he called over to me to rejoin the group. I gasped at the sound of his voice. It must have startled the creature, for it froze in place and analyzed where the sound had come from. Very intelligently looking, mind you. Its ears kind of twitched and it rushed back into the shadows. It was terrifying. This thing did not belong in this realm. People might turn into some sort of strange experiment or something. I don't know. I was relieved. Who knows what it would have done to me had I actually made my way to it. It's almost like it mind-controlled me. I almost wonder if there's more of them. I mean, there had to have been more than one for it to physically exist. I thought about it the rest of the night, but never told them what exactly I saw. I mean, something like that on a Halloween night? How many people get to say they experienced that? I just remember how incredibly bright it was that night. That's the only reason I saw as many details as I did. I thought I saw that same familiar gray-black-brown of its body slipping into the nearby trees, but after squinting, I couldn't exactly see, not without the proper lighting. That was the last time I ever saw a strange creature, at least like that. Later on, though, I would eventually tell my friends about what I'd witnessed. My boyfriend just thought I was imagining things, and just saying, "Yeah, the darkness played tricks in your eyes. You're being too dramatic." And maybe my friends thought I was trying to set the mood for spooky fun. But one thing's for sure, I'll never forget that harrowing account. Never. I used to be a canvasser for a consumer protection organization. For those who don't know what that means, a canvasser is somebody who walks around town, going door to door, knocking on strangers' doors, with a clipboard to ask for donations or spread awareness for a specific cause. The cause we were all working on was pipelines, and the governor's lack of commitment to limit pipelines and new oil and gas infrastructure in the state. As you might imagine, it's a tough job, both physically, because we each walked about 10 miles a day at work, and emotionally, because the most common response to our knock was a shut in the face. Also, I've been threatened with a gun. I've been hit on by a clearly naked person, and I've had the cops called on me more than my fair share. But honestly, I kind of get it. we're interrupting these people at home without their permission. And yes, as late as 8:30 at night. We're strangers, and I specifically am a rather large bearded man. I wouldn't harm a fly, and I consider myself a rather jovial, carefree person. But random people don't know that when they see me walking up to their house. So again, I get some more of their extreme reactions to a certain extent. One night, though, I'll never forget this. I got the crap scared out of me. I knocked on a door, and nobody answered. Next house. I knocked on the door, chatted with the nice guy for a few moments, and although this did not result in any donations or anyone signing up to become a member of my organization, I always appreciated nice small talk chats to break up the monetary perpetual rejection. Finally, I came up to one of the last houses on my route. It looked like it used to be some sort of old Gatsby-esque house, but it had fallen into disrepair. I knocked on the door, and in an instant, it swung open. This woman with large, glassy black eyes and a face full of wrinkles, wearing a white nightgown with messy white hair, was staring at me. She stared at me so intensely, it felt like her eyes could cut right through me, leaving a hole in the sidewalk behind me. Her eyes were lifeless. I gulped audibly. I didn't even know until that moment that was the real thing people do when they're scared. I managed to open my mouth, but just barely squeak out a "Hi, ma'am," when the door swung shut in front of me, so hard I thought it might break. While this might sound like a normal encounter on paper, there was something so intense, so unnerving about that woman's empty stare that it sent me on edge for the rest of the night. Honestly, I would never tell my boss this. I just filled out the rest of my sheet saying everybody else was not home, so that I would not have to keep working. I took out my phone to watch YouTube or maybe text my friends. Anything to take my mind off that woman. But I had no signal, so I decided to just walk around a bit. As I walk along the empty streets, I realize there's something creepy about the suburbs when you're the only one on the street and all the house lights are off. When it's quiet and still like that, you realize you were just exposed. Every horror movie you've ever seen comes back to you, and you imagine that Freddy Krueger is right behind you, posed to attack. I kept walking down these empty streets looking for any sign of life, so that I'd feel better. I knew my boss was not backing me up, and I'll tell you what, that scared me. It was the longest 20 minutes of my life. I turned a corner and saw some houses with their lights on, and decided to head that way. Like I said, I was done working for the night. That lady definitely shook me up too much to have any real motivation, but just knowing there were other people awake calmed my nerves. It's not real protection, but it's psychological ease of mind. I was walking towards the houses and already beginning to feel a little bit better. That's when I heard a ruffling in the trees alongside me. My heart dropped. I decided to pick up the pace, and to my horror, the ruffling followed me and picked up its pace too. I considered running, but the rational side of my brain took over, and I realized that whatever this was probably just an animal, and that if it was an animal, it could easily outrun me. So my best bet was to make myself big and make loud noises to scare it off. I have no idea if this works for every predator, but that's what I went with. I got up as big as I could with my clipboard in my hand and yelled, "Ugh!" towards the trees. To my shock and absolute terror, the creature in the woods raised itself up too and made itself bigger. And in that moment of horror, that's when I got my first real look at it. The first thing I noticed was its paws, how huge they were. And my first thought was that I royally messed up with this bear. Then I saw the fur. It was kind of dark and not really like a bear's. So I started to calm down, thinking maybe this was just some sort of big dog. But then it raised its head above the small brush. That's when I realized this thing was a wolf. Well, not a wolf. It had a wolf's head. But it also had that unmistakably man's body. At first, maybe this was some sicko wearing an advanced wolf mask, like in the movie Saw or something, but it opened its mouth, and I clearly saw saliva dripping out of its mouth, and the deep shine in its eyes. I realized in that moment, this was no mask. This was somehow a creature with the body of a human, and the features of a wolf. I was too scared to move. The wolfman creature took one step towards me, and my first instinct was to hurl my clipboard at it. I will never, to the day I die, stop being grateful that my clipboard made contact and promptly distracted this creature for a couple of seconds. It seemed distracted and kind of grumbled, and you bet that I took that time to run as fast as I could. You know what? At that point, screw my job, I don't even care. So I ran down the street, got a good signal, called my boss, and told him, "You need to pick me up now. I don't care. This is urgent. Come here now." Well, thankfully he listened. There was more than enough urgency in my voice for him to accept what I was telling him. But even when we got in the car, I never told my boss what I saw, and he never asked me. But he knew something was up. My body language and the look on my face told me everything. I quit my job a week later. When I was a kid, I went on a class field trip to celebrate the 100th day of school. It was a tradition in our high school that every year we'd all vote on a list of places to go. Whichever place got the most votes. In my year, we chose Glacier National Park. I remember literally running home the school the day they gave us the permission slips for my parents to sign. They signed, of course, and I couldn't even sleep that night. I was so excited. I had to start mentally preparing. All I could think about was hiking and being out in the trees and mountains and all the amazing wildlife. Of course, I was just a teenager, so the idea of bears was appealing to me rather than scary. But I really wanted to see elk and moose and wolves. All the fun stuff that I did not have a chance to see growing up in the relatively populated Columbia Falls. In case you couldn't tell already how bored I was by everyday life, after handing in my slip, I spent days pursuing online retailers, looking at hiking gear and everything, watching documentaries and countless YouTube videos. What turned my interest from a spark to a full-on explosion was the announcement that our school was going to hold a bake sale to raise money for us to stay there overnight. I was ecstatic. Little did I know that I would see something on that trip that would not only ruin my love for the outdoors for a while, but also sent me to therapy for years following. After months of anxiously waiting, or maybe weeks, but certainly felt like months, the day arrived, obviously, and I could not sleep the night before. I just had to keep double-checking, triple-checking, making sure everything was packed. I made sure to bring extra film, got my sunscreen, my bug spray, and kept thinking about all the wonderful adventures we'd go on to as a class. And as you can imagine, the trip was kind of a letdown. Of course, the park is gorgeous, and eating lunch amidst the mountains was insanely cool. I'll never forget that. But the trip was mostly educational. We learned about all the different stuff, the difference between deciduous and coniferous trees. We learned about the mountains and the different layers of rock and soil that likely went into their composition. As an adult looking back on this trip, this actually does sound kind of interesting, and I've gone back and looked up some of this information again. But as a 14-year-old, every science fact spouted by our teacher just robbed me of little hope. More hope that I'd end the day by riding a bear or making friends with a group of elk. As the day wound down, light turned into night, and we all had some free time to goof off. Play our Game Boys, whatever. I didn't have many friends in class yet since this was my first year, and I was coming from a middle school a few towns away, and my family had just moved. Anyway, Eventually, dinner was ready. So I sat down next to this kid, Brian. We kept chatting and he introduced me to his friends, Margaret and Pete. I recognized the girl from around school, but had no idea who Pete was. Turns out he sat behind me, and Brian and I just never noticed him. We ate dinner, and as soon as the plates were cleared and everybody was back in by free time, we ducked out and made our escape. Margaret stuck out first, and she was almost caught. Next was Brian and then Pete. Finally me. My heart was racing as I evaded the menacing teachers. I had never done anything this daring before, which is why I was so excited to even just step foot in a national park. We were grouped just a few yards away from all the other kids. In retrospect, we were definitely still within eyesight, but we felt like four little Indiana Joneses, trekking our way through the wilderness. To any kids listening to this right now, I cannot stress enough, this was a stupid idea. We could have all been seriously injured, and no adults would have known where we were to help. But we were young and dumb. Once we're sufficiently far from everyone else, and giddy, we turn on our flashlights. Sure enough, we were kind of lost. We were exhilarated, but, as kids do, completely failed to make a plan. That's when we realized something was wrong. We turned a corner, and we saw something that scared the crap out of all of us. Nobody would believe us, but what we all saw was real. We saw a creature with the head of a wolf and the body of a man. At first, I thought it was somebody wearing a mask, but it let out this deep growl that sent my heart racing and my brain into panic mode immediately. That's when Brian shrieked, and luckily, that was enough for this thing to turn around and sprint off into the woods. Except it didn't run away. It was following us, coming after us as we ran, hiding in the woods for cover, but still staying right with us. We could hear it sprinting and its heavy thuds as it galloped alongside of us, probably waiting for the right opportunity to reach out and grab one of us and cover. That's when I saw brief flashes of its hind legs, and where I expected to see its paw come out and grab one of us, I saw some kind of misshapen foot-paw hybrid. We all kept running and eventually made it back to camp without anybody being grabbed or snatched or eaten. Nobody had even realized we had left. I know my encounter's short, but to this day, whenever we talk, which is rare, we will still talk about that night, what we saw, and our shared struggle that nobody will believe us. This happened just outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I have never considered myself to be superstitious. In fact, I have taken to building a career on the breaking down of this world's superstitious elements, having studied and worked in the fields of anthropology. Yet, despite this, one particular encounter that I had as a child stands out in my memory, never fading. One that by all accounts borders on the supernatural, and in the least, will go without explanation for a long time to come. I was a young girl when it happened, just 10 years old, and it was a Saturday, November 20th. I was with my best friend at the time, a young girl named Cindy, and we decided to spend our entire weekend at Penn Museum to research a school project. Cindy's father was a curator at the museum, and he gave tours on ancient civilizations, which granted us behind the scenes to the ancient Egyptian artifacts. We were also happy to be with a treasure trove of knowledge. Although we were young children whose passions lied elsewhere at the time, all the artifacts and knowledge that they had on display were truly awe-inspiring, and it could very well have been prompted by my interest in science. As Cindy and I decided to make full use of our time in the museum by exploring as much of all the exhibits as we could. It was already dark outside when we finally settled down in the ancient Egyptian exhibit and began to work on our projects. Actually, the museum was already closed to visitors, and Cindy's father urged us to hurry it up so we can make it home in time for dinner. I was staying near the museum in a small apartment with my mom who would work in the city. My school was also nearby too, so it was convenient. Cindy's father asked whether anybody was coming to pick me up, and I told him that my mother would come to pick me up. He seemed reluctant at first, but eventually agreed to let me leave the museum. I gave our project to Cindy for safekeeping and headed out of the museum, ready to go home. And although it might seem dangerous for a young 10-year-old girl to be walking around the streets of Philadelphia alone at night, it was something I had done before this incident, so I figured this time it wouldn't be any different. There was a rather big stretch of forest that I would have to cross in order to get home, which did worry me a bit. This was dark after all, but it was private land and it was near the university, which meant there's a lot of patrolling security in the area. I mean, I figured if something happens or somebody tries to mug me or hurt me, I figured I could flag down somebody. So I almost immediately picked up on a very strange smell, one that reminded me of a wild animal. It kind of smelled like wild dog or something. I don't know, like wet dog and stink. Anyway, I couldn't tell exactly where it was coming from, but since the patch of urban forest was near Penn Park, I figured it could have been an elk or deer. Maybe the owner of the land was trying his hand at farming. But as I progressed further, the smell became much more pronounced. As I went so deep into the property that for a second, I forgot I was in the city. And as I made it halfway through the property, the smell now soon turned into an actual sound I could hear. It started with twigs breaking underfoot and some crunching. I could tell whatever it was making the sound was rather large. I paused for a second, and whatever was making the sound seemed to pause in sync with me. I looked around in hopes of seeing what was making the noise and giving off this awful feral scent. I caught a large silhouette in the corner of my eye. I focused my head toward it and almost fell flat on my back when I saw it. A couple of feet in front of me, a 7-foot-tall, monstrously built creature, covered from head to toe in fur. Its head was that of a wolf or a canine, with the rest of its body like that of a well-built man. It almost resembled that of a silverback gorilla, in body of course, with the head of a wolf. I literally couldn't figure out what I was seeing. The whole time I was watching it stood totally upright, like a man would. And as I picked myself up off the ground, this thing proceeds towards me, which in turn prompted me to bolt towards the nearest point of exit. I had far too much adrenaline going through me. As I came hurtling towards the nearest street, a car pulled up alongside me, and it was none other than Cindy and her father, who said he had followed me in his car when he saw me walking alone, but that I entered the property with the trees before he could offer me a ride. I told him what I'd seen, and although I could see he didn't exactly believe me on what I had seen, we did call the police to investigate. In turn, they tracked down and contacted the owner to confirm that there were signs of some sort of large unknown canine on the property, although nobody could say for sure. Perhaps one day with the tools I've acquired in training and practice in archaeology, that mystery is something I could finally answer. So, this all just happened on Memorial Day, 2021, in the biggest little city in the world. I will be using other names in this story out of respect for who they are, but I will use my own name because I'm okay with it. My name's Harlem, and on Memorial Day, I went to my second job as a housekeeping supervisor. Basically, I'm in charge of checking the rooms when they are cleaned before the guests can check in and use them. I also am in charge of kicking people out, right at 11 a.m. Oh yeah, it's always fun to knock on someone's door, telling them they need to go, or they will be charged another day. Some people are so rude, and that's just the way some people are. Anyway, we only have 6 checkouts that day. This hotel is very small, and I made my rounds to all the rooms to see if they're vacant, or if they had some a-hole that tells me they need to go, and the last on my list was room 339. I knock on the door saying, "Housekeeping, room check." There's no answer. I knock a second time saying the same thing. Nothing. So the third time, I say, "Housekeeping," entering the room, and I slid my card in the door slot. It flashed green, and I slowly opened the door. To my surprise, the door only barely budged, and I could see the door latch was latched from the other side. This means somebody had to be in the room to have had it locked. I took a peep through the small opening and saw some bags of merchandise on the table and some miscellaneous dishes in the sink. Took a peep through the small opening and couldn't really see much else. I called out the tenant's name. For the story, we'll call him Russ. "Russ, it's housekeeping." No response. Again, I tried calling out his name. Nothing. Let me also say that when I tried to open the door, I was hit with really cold AC. Colder than normal. Gave me goosebumps. I walked down to the front desk to see the manager. We'll call her Sam and give her my report on the rooms. She then says to me, "Are you kidding? Russ had his door latched?" I was confused by this comment, thinking to myself, well, Sam, people do that stuff all the time, so what gives? She turns to me with a look in her eyes, as if somebody just pooped in her Cheerios, and says, "Karen," who is the other supervisor, and we shall call her Karen, went to his room yesterday around 11 to tell him to check out, and he told her he needed till 12, but when she came back, the door was latched. I thought about this for a minute, thinking to myself, so this guy is either really paranoid, or there's something really wrong here. She then darts off towards the maintenance room, motioning for me to follow. As I did, and then grabs this tool that looks like a carved meat fork and tells me to go with her up to that room. When we arrived, she announces herself as the manager, coming in the room, slid the car door to open, called his name. She then explains to me that the tool she had was a tool that would actually pop open the bolt on the other side, so we could enter. In order to do this, you need to have the tool in place though, to crack to fit around the latch. Pull the door towards you to slam it shut, and then at the same time, push the tool forward. I hope that made sense. Anyway, my manager is like 60 plus years old and has a hard time even lifting a coffee cup. So I just had a feeling she wouldn't have had the strength to do it at all on the door. I offered to try it, as it had been 34 minutes of her trying to get it. She says to me, "No, Harlem, I'm the manager. I'm the one who does this." Power trip much? I was blown away by her comment and her utter sassiness. She was giving up, so I offered another way to open the latch by using twine. She agreed to try. So we go to the maintenance room and looked for some. All we found was thick string that I knew was too thick to get this lock opened. But of course, she said she would make it work. I rolled my eyes. There we are, back up to the room again, and I explained to her how to do it, so the latch would pop. Of course she wouldn't let me show her. She was on some power trip, and she tried for 17 minutes and failed every time. Once again, not letting me try, though I knew it was not going to work being that thick. She then scoffs and takes it off. I'm standing there, wondering, "Lady, what are you doing? Where did she go?" Again, being hit by that ice-cold AC through the crack. She comes running back about 7 minutes later and has that same tool again. And I'm thinking, good, she's finally going to let me try. Well, I was wrong. She tried and failed again for a good 9 more minutes. Finally, I was so frustrated with the whole situation, I grabbed the tool out of her hand and yell, "Look, I don't care about your damn power trip right now. You can't open this door and I'm going to try myself." She glares angrily at me but stands aside. I put the tool in at an angle, going downward about halfway. Then, as I slide that in slowly, I take the door handle and slam it shut towards me, and shoving the tool in the rest of the way. I heard a click, and she pushes open the door, and dashes in there. So, the way the rooms are set up, the first area is a small kitchenette, which is next to the bedroom as you're walking forward. It's all in one room. No walls except to the right, there is a bathroom. She scrambles to the bed and tells me he's not here. Well, clearly he's not in that room. But anyway, I look to my right to see the bathroom door closed. So let me tell you, up to this point, I have went over scenarios in my head about what could have happened, as we have no idea what happened to this guy. As I reached and pulled the doorknob, chills and shivers went down my spine. As I opened that door, I saw a sight I've never seen before in my life. The gruesome, bloody body of a naked, late 40s Hispanic man was lying face down on the tile next to the toilet. A huge, jagged knife laying next to him. Sam is screaming like a lunatic, yelling that he's been murdered. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. As she does, she turns around and pukes all over the kitchen sink in the other room. And here I am, looking down on this lifeless, bloody body. And of course, I'm always the type to analyze everything. I could see clearly that this man was not murdered, nor did he die unexpectedly, but he had killed himself. Under his left hand, you could see the biggest gash going from just the bottom of his hand down about halfway on the inside of his arm. There was flesh seeping out of this area, and blood that was dry. I quickly get on my phone to dial 911, and as I'm talking to Lucy, is what we'll call her, the operator, she asks me a series of questions about the victim, which I answer them for her. Side note, she had even asked to give mouth-to-mouth to the victim, in which I refused on the grounds and said, "Ma'am, he's dead. I can just see that by looking at him. Nothing's going to bring him back. Plus, I'm not really comfortable giving mouth-to-mouth to a corpse. That's way over the top for me. And gross." As Lucy keeps talking to me, suddenly, their hotel door flies open, and there are two paramedics rushing with the stretcher. This whole time, by the way, I kept hearing the old AOL sound, "You've got mail," coming from the old open laptop that was on his bed. Didn't think anything of it at that point, but use it later in theory. The paramedics are asking us both the same questions as Lucy was, in which we answered. The male paramedic told us they'll take it from here, but cops are on their way, and we need to talk to us. Before leaving the room, I noticed a few things besides the laptop, with the notifications every 30 seconds. The peephole was covered with a tissue. There were no clothes anywhere in the room, and this guy was there for a week. The bed was not even slept in, just the open laptop that was plugged into the wall, and a photo on the dresser that had a picture of a young dude. And the TV was turned up so loud, some kind of what looked like a home movie. As I'm back downstairs in the office, I'm thinking in my head what everything means. Yeah, again, I analyze everything, and always pay close attention to detail. I have my own idea of what I think happened to this man. At this point, the police, detective, and coroner have all arrived. I'm writing my statement for the detective. We'll call her Anderson. She asks me to write down everything that happened in detail. As I'm writing that, she leans over to ask me if I had any thoughts on what might have happened. I stopped writing, looked up at her, and took her this time to tell her. I believe this guy killed himself between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. Karen was the last person to see him alive. I believe he was about to cut his wrists, but then heard a knock at 11. He opens the door. It was Karen telling him he had to go check out. This interrupted him. She came back at noon, and the door was latched, and the peephole covered. I think at that time, or very shortly after, he took his life. Karen did not go back to check on him after noon. Because of that hotel, they extend you for another day most of the time. And I guess he was a regular who stayed there a few times a year. I believe he turned down the AC to the coldest setting because the body would decompose at a slower rate with less smell. I believe that the man in the photo of the young dude might have been a son or a friend, maybe a family member that he wanted to say goodbye to. and the TV was turned up loud as well, closing the bathroom door to drown out the sound of him screaming as he plunged the knife into his veins. I believe that he was kneeling, maybe to pray or something when he did that, seeing as how there wasn't any blood coming from his head. If he had been standing, he would have smashed his head on the tile and bathtub. And as for being naked, well, some people believe that the only way to leave this life is like the way you came in. Born naked, die naked. Maybe a purity thing. I'm not really sure. And I believe this was planned. He didn't have any toiletries with him or clothes. And lastly, the AOL mail notification on the laptop, I believe, was because this guy typed a suicide note, probably emailed it, and the people read it, trying to get in touch with him. I told her I also ruled out murder based on the fact the doors latched from the inside. Not to mention, the windows only open about 25% of the way, simply to keep you from jumping out. The detective looked at me with a mysterious look and said, "Well, I think you should be doing my job. You're surely onto something." She said that she would keep me informed and that the case was ongoing until the coroner would make his final decision. Asked me if I needed anything. I told her I was okay. I walked out of the break room where she had been questioning me and Sam and came up to me and asked if I was okay. I told her yes, but that I wanted the rest of the day off. She agreed. I'll probably never know what really happened to Russ, and again, everything I said about it and how it might have happened is just my thoughts. If anybody else has anything, please share your thoughts. I'd appreciate it. Lastly, I'll leave off on this. The way I feel right now inside, I can't explain. And I could not sleep last night because I have all these thoughts in my head about what happened. Not to mention the gruesome scene I witnessed. I know in time, things will be easier. But for a while, I'll have shivers when I open up the bathroom door in a hotel again. Thank you all for reading and listening. And to Russ, I hope you found peace that it seems like you so desperately needed. I'll keep you all updated on the outcome. First update. So far from today, June 1st, 2021, I was informed today that the photo was his son, who will be flying up on the 2nd to collect whatever he brought with him, and his car. Also, there was a suicide note sent to 5 people. Details about that and what it said were not shared with me personally, as I don't think I'll ever know what it said. That truly is a Memorial Day I'll never forget. I'm out. Harlem. Now, to start this off, I'm a 29-year-old man, and 3 times a year, I head up to the Georgia mountains to camp, fish, and have a great time. But after last trip, I doubt I will ever go again. I had been super excited the week before, as I was to head up to Georgia when the day finally came. I could have died with happiness. I loaded up my dog Buddy and all my gear and started the trip. Well, about an hour into my trip, I saw a road that I've never been on before. I decided I would take an hour to look around and go back to the main road. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, the sun was setting. I grabbed my gear, and Buddy and me, we hiked about 10 minutes before finding a nice clearing in the forest. I set up camp, looked around my camp. I saw a small man-made trail leading into the dark trees and decided that me and Buddy needed a walk. I grabbed my walking stick, Buddy's leash, and a headlamp, and we headed onto the trail. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't hear a single insect or animal. Me and Buddy stopped at a little creek when I saw something terrifying. 2 eyes reflecting from my headlamp. The thing was really tall, like 6 or 7 feet, and the eyes were too big to be human. Now, my dog is usually very protective of me, but instead of barking or doing something, he whimpered and peed on my leg. I've never seen him act like this before. I mean, this dog has seen bears before, and he scared mountain lions away. Why would he act this way unless this was something else? As Buddy kept whimpering, I felt terrible. Like this thing hated me, and it could rip me to shreds if I wanted to. Then, it made the scariest noise I've ever heard. It was like a maniac screaming. Me and Buddy bolted back to our camp. In our camp, I could still hear this thing going crazy. Needless to say, I was. It staying here. I packed up the camp as Buddy stood watch. We ran to my truck and got out of there. I went straight home and didn't sleep the entire night. Later on, I tried to look on the internet of what could have made that noise, and nothing came close. So, in conclusion, I really don't know what that was, but there's something weird in the woods of Georgia. The story you're about to read is real. I finally decided to go public with my experiences after nearly 3 decades with just a few close family members and friends knowing. This was only my first occurrence with shadow people growing up. I had many more, mostly in my preteens to teens. Most of my paranormal experiences occurred within a range of 15 or so years, give or take. My earliest experience began when I was only 3 years old or so, and my last profound experience tapered off around 19 years of age. The story begins with my first paranormal experience of shadow people. My parents met in the late 80s and were both serving members of the military. Shortly after they met, both my parents were assigned to an Air Force base in Ontario. I was born there, and my brother followed shortly afterwards. Roughly a year after my brother was born, we were both transferred to a province in Quebec. We were located in a highly francophone region in Quebec, where my father had been posted to an army base. My parents decided to buy a house in a neighboring town. It wasn't a luxury home, but I enjoyed my time there as a kid. We had a large backyard, which I spent a lot of time in. The history of the house is unknown to my family and I, but from the looks of it, the house did not appear haunted. It wasn't bent out of shape. It was not a fixer-upper. It was just your regular 1970s to 1980s cookie-cutter house in an ordinary middle-class neighborhood. I suppose this might be one of the many visions of what a basic family home would look like in North America. In this house, at 3 years old, everything started. We were what I thought was an average family, but happy and in good health. Nobody had any serious issues. The family dynamic was awesome, and my dad was incredibly creative and fun. For the most part, we were good children. We did well in our early years of school. We weren't too spoiled, especially because we couldn't afford to be. But my mother did everything she could to pamper me and my brother. She wanted a good life for us. She would save her money to ensure we always had new clothes and shoes for school. She always also taught us good manners, to treat all people with respect, and to not judge others. Despite their eventual separation, they remained to be amazing parents. They always did their best to offer us a good life. While we moved to this town, my mother sacrificed her service to follow my father's. I believe it was a fluke that they were previously posted to the same base, because in the 1980s, career managers were not as accommodating to service couples as they are now in Canada. She decided to use this opportunity to raise her children and look after the home, until we were old enough to look after ourselves. Once you entered the front door of the house, there was a small square area for removing your boots, hanging your keys. There were 2 sets of stairs directly in front of you, one to the ground floor and one to the basement. Below and directly to the left, there was a bathroom, and inside the bathroom on the left side, there was a small storage space. The space was large enough to kneel down and walk into. So my dad used the space to develop the film, since it was dark and secluded. While the restroom was on the left, my room was on the right, which was beside my parents' room. I had a small window in my bedroom on the left side that had a partial view of our large fenced-in backyard. I couldn't see anything, though, since the window was located high enough on the wall and I was almost at the basement level. Plus, I was just a little guy. I vividly recall many details. My parents purchased my bed for me for the first time when we moved into that house. It was lifted up onto a metal frame and painted a bright red, like a cherry color. There was also a railing that my parents later took off when I became older. It was between the ages of 3 and 4, but well before kindergarten before I experienced something so impactful that it would be forever burned into my head until this very day. Most nights, we probably went to bed between 7 p.m. and 8. We were familiar with the routine and we followed it. We had a very regimented, very military style of discipline in our home. I mean, not only were my parents in the military, but so were the previous generations of my family, and that culture carried on. Sure, we weren't perfect kids, but I like to think we were well behaved. One night, which looks identical to all other nights as a child, except Christmas, I awoke in my cherry red bed. I could hear them talking upstairs with the TV on, struggling to fall asleep, so I lay down on my bed, looking around the room like any curious child would. I was getting uncomfortable, so I turned over to my left side, which would have been facing the door to my bedroom. It was now dark enough in the room, but I was in my room long enough for my eyes to be well adapted to the darkness at this stage. The only light I had for my room was the gentle backside of a faint porch light, and any ambient light from the moon, if any. I looked around the room, and then I began to draw my attention to my bedroom door. It had passively piqued my interest because I noticed that the area located directly in front of my closed bedroom door was unusually dark. I remember being able to look at the surrounding walls, but not that specific area for some reason. I kept watching the black mass, and I would look away a few times, still looking around the room. I looked back at the door, and in the confusion, saw an opaque black figure in the outline of a person standing right there. It was probably about 8 or so feet away, give or take. I wasn't initially scared, and instead, I think I've kind of giggled, thinking it looked like a person, and that some object in my room was obviously creating a very telling shadow of a humanoid. I kept looking into the shadows, but I began to realize that something seemed strange. The shadow itself was not on the wall. It was off the wall, in the room, standing like a person, opaque black in color. No light seemed to come through it or be emitted from it. It was not transparent. It was not translucent. It was a deep black hole. I'm talking black. I was still confused, and I didn't put too much thought into it. So I kept gazing. In one moment, I was relaxed and intrigued as to what was causing this image in front of me. But in the next, I was struck with paralyzing fear as I started to see the figure move towards me. It wasn't walking like a human or something I'd even recognized on the planet at that moment in my life. There were almost no features. There was no face, but I could clearly discern the shape of the body, arms, legs, and so on. He, or it, resembled a man. When the shadow approached me, it didn't do so by walking. There was no fluid human-like limbs moving around in a human-like, even Earth-like fashion. This shadow would vanish and then reappear a step or two closer in just a moment, as fast as a shutter can trigger on a camera. I didn't stop looking. I could not shout. I trembled. I cried. I had my blankets set against my eyes, but I kept watching, as if it was a film. It continued to move itself towards me, disappearing, reappearing, disappearing, reappearing, until it or he stood right over me by my nightstand. At this point, I was petrified. I couldn't do a thing. With the speed, I threw the blankets over my head and buried my face as deeply as I could into the pillows and blankets, without suffocating. It never left. My eyes remained closed, but it made no difference. 3 of these other shadows were penetrating their way into my mind, even though my eyes were sealed shut. These shadows were morphing vividly into horrifying faces, shapes, and grotesque images, all with the purpose of causing overwhelming fear. I could see them in my head with my eyes closed, and they were clear as day. It was almost like they were telling me, "You can't hide from us." I felt like them taking great pleasure in my pain and torment and fear. It was dark and sinister, and I could not get these figures to leave. I felt trapped, like a deer being surrounded by wolves. I could no longer bear it, as I knew I had no place to hide. Somehow, I managed to muster the courage to dash out of my room and scream for my parents. I remember running up the stairs to the living room and tipping on the way as I shouted, "Mom and Dad, I have a man in my bedroom." Emotionally distraught, weeping, trembling, hyperventilating, trying to breathe. My mother did what I think most moms would do and try to reassure their kid that it was just a dream and to go back to sleep. I insisted on the fact that there was a man down there, but my parents took me back to bed, turned on the light, said a prayer while leaving a holy crucifix underneath my pillow. It is the only case I can recall in this specific town, but it wasn't my last experience. They came back at times later in my life from the age of 9 to 18, and at a much higher intensity. This story happened to me around 4 years ago, and when I think of a scary experience, it's this one. I've been listening to the podcast for a while now and decided it was time to share. Around this time, I was 7 or 8 and I can't quite remember. I was with my sister, who was a year younger than I. We were going to sports practice, and my mother had to run a few errands. If you've never been to a home goods store, it's basically a store with all kinds of things to decorate your house. For instance, decor, furniture, rugs, kitchen utensils, sculptures. We had been planning on buying a couch for somewhere in the house, but my sister was being stubborn and insisted she stay in the car. And finally, my mother just went in by herself, leaving us in the car. Now, we had parked our car, with heavily tinted windows, mind you, in front of a locksmith shop, which, is like those small booths that sold keys. My sister and I became very bored and decided to see how many keys we could see on display, or at least how many we could count, which was fun at the time, I guess. We were sitting in the back of the car, and we did not have cell phones, which will be important later. Then, we see this man come to the booth, and then another person came up from inside of it. The locksmith who left the booth had a small object in his hand. At the time, I couldn't tell what it was, but now I know it was probably an electronic lockpick or some other tool. They both shared a few words and pointed to our car. We were both scared and didn't speak, and even more frightened when they came to the driver's side door and we heard a mechanical clicking sound echoing through the car. My sister began to scream and my adrenaline fired up, my brain entering autopilot mode as I flicked the lock of my door, setting off the alarm to the locked car. The locksmith and the other man jumped and stepped back, frightened and taken aback by the alarm. They both jogged over to the booth and shut the door. All the while, I kept flicking the lock of my door to keep the alarm going and trying to comfort my crying sister. The two men ran out of the booth, got into the locksmith van, and drove off. I was too shaken to get the license plate number, but eventually, my mother came back to the car and we tell her what happened. She didn't call the police because he didn't get inside the car. There was nothing we could do. Every time we drive by that booth, I can't help but think what would have happened to us if I had not been quick to think. Now, to start this off, I'm a 22-year-old dude with loads of energy. This will be relevant later. So much that I usually take midnight walks around my house to get me ready for bed. I cannot sleep before 2 a.m. My parents recently told me that they were going on vacation and needed a house sitter. Being the cheap parents they were, they asked me to watch their cabin in some random forest 30 miles to the nearest town and 3 miles to the nearest neighbor. A cabin in the middle of nowhere, all alone, with a lakefront view. Who could say no? I told them goodbye and wished them luck on their trip, and I arrived at the cabin the next day. First day went well because I thought they didn't have cable or service. I was wrong. They did. I finished, swam, and ate good food. But the second day is when the nightmare started. The time was about 1:08 in the morning, and I could not sleep at all. I put my boots on, headed out in the cool night air for a little brisk walk. I walked around the house a couple of times and stood by the edge of the thick forest. Just when I was about to head back to my bed, I heard footsteps from the trees. Now, I'm used to deer being everywhere around my house, but the footsteps sounded way heavier than that of a deer. Being the curious chap that I was, I threw a rock in the thick brush to see if it would run off. Silence. At first, then I heard something I wish I didn't. Laughing. Not from a normal person, but from someone who's insane. Then, the same rock I threw was thrown right back at me. I never ran that fast in my life. When I turned on my car and the headlights came on, I could see a bald man still laughing where I was a second ago. I sped until I reached the end of our long driveway. Then, I called the sheriff and had to wait for about an hour. When they get there, they thought I was just joking. But they checked where I told them to. They found rope, duct tape, and a long knife, and a faint, bloody trail leading to another cabin some far away into the trees. Inside was just a bunch of scribbles like a child does and a rag covered in blood. The police looked all around and even checked our cabin, but he was never found. The next day, my parents canceled their trip, sold the place in less than 2 weeks. I chat with myself, wondering whose blood was in that cabin and what would have happened if I never found that man in the woods. The following events happened to my father in the late 1960s when he was roughly 7 or 8 years old. I have changed the names for privacy's sake. Growing up in a rural Canadian town to a poor family, my father Dean and his siblings never had much in the way of entertainment. Often left unsupervised, the 3 children were all too frequently left to their own devices, giving them ample opportunity to indulge in interesting and sometimes provocatively dangerous activities. After accumulating several injuries this way, rather than putting their foot down, Dean's parents chose a more hands-off approach. The children's misadventures became all too easy to ignore completely. On a warm summer evening, the sun still burning high in the sky, Dean found himself wandering the neighborhood with 3 of his good friends who happened to live nearby. Spending most of the day roughhousing and pulling pranks, these group of kids decided their fun just wasn't over yet, and brainstormed on where to play next. One of Dean's friends, Thomas, suggested they go play in the local quarry, as there were plenty of boulders and sand dunes to climb on. Being a year or so older than the other boys, Thomas's ideas always seemed like good ones, and they all needed to head out to the big pit. Upon arriving at the quarry, dunes upon dunes of sand loomed over them, and the group of kids headed straight for the tallest one. They all took turns climbing up, sliding down to the sand. They were having what seemed like innocent fun, and had no idea their fun was about to quickly come to a terrifying end. Atop the dune, Thomas readied himself to slide down to his friends, waiting just below. Dean and the other 2 boys, Will and Jason, sat on the lower part of the dune, cheering on Thomas. But as he began to slide, their cheers turned into screams of horror. With Thomas came an avalanche of heavy sand engulfing the 3 boys entirely. Unable to stop, Thomas rode the wave of sand to the bottom of the dune. He quickly realized his friends were all buried alive in its wake. Frantically, Thomas began digging through the sand. A minute passed before he could hear a faint voice from beneath the dirt. He clawed and clawed until eventually he uncovered Dean, out of breath and pale as a ghost. Having been set up higher on the dune than his 2 friends, Dean had been fairly close to the surface after the avalanche. The 2 continued to dig randomly, not knowing where or how deep Will and Jason were in the piles of sand, realizing the severity of the situation. They knew they needed help. They separated, each running home as fast as they could. Dean burst through the door to his parents' house, yelling that his friends were buried in the quarry, and that he desperately needed help digging them out. Covered head to toe in dirt, and obviously distressed, his parents took one look at him, shook their heads. Rather than help and concern, he got a lecture. They didn't believe his story. He continued to beg them for help, but to no avail. Eventually, getting impatient, Dean fled the house to head back, hoping that Thomas's parents hadn't been so ignorant. He arrived shortly to find Thomas, his parents, and several neighbors digging furiously through the sand. After several minutes, the boys' bodies were found amongst the dirt, completely limp. It was too late. Ambulances came, and officers got details from Dean and Thomas. The two surviving boys never spoke again after this accident. Dean was never given any of the support or resources he needed to deal with the traumatic events that day. He lost his best friend in an instant, and has never truly found closure. It was a hot summer day. The humid air covered my body like a wet blanket, just as the powerful rays of sun landed my shirtless body. From every direction, I could hear the mild, soothing sound of chimes that were gently being played by the ocean breeze. As I looked down the path in front of me, I counted dozens of small seashells scattered within the sands of the beach. Looking out on the horizon, I could see the ocean tide working its way down the shore, exposing the small patches of reef that were hidden by the sea during the day. While enjoying the peace and tranquility of the moment, my mind was full of excitement for the night to come. Growing up, my family had a decades-long tradition of hitching up the travel trailer once a year and taking a 2-week-long vacation to Mexico. This small town in Mexico, known mostly as Rocky Point to vacationers and tourists, is a small beach town at the northern eastern point in the Gulf of California. Most people would have no idea that such a tranquil oceanfront destination is only just a few hours' drive away from Phoenix, Arizona's very capital. And to this day, I vividly remember the trips from the back of our family Suburban. I would look out the window and watch the landscape change from the Arizona's high desert of pines, juniper trees, and rolling valley meadows to a gradually more barren desert. By the time you get to the Rocky Point, all you can see in the distance are rolling sand dunes with scattered desert plants and cacti. To anyone traveling there for the first time, the barren atmosphere can leave you wondering why you're even there. Why would anyone ever recommend Rocky Point as a vacation destination? But once you enter town, you realize why the place has become so highly recommended. Rows and rows of outdoor booths line both sides of the main street. Vendors trying to sell you clothes, knickknacks, decorations, furniture, all of which have flair and cultural undertones of Mexico's rich history. Perhaps the greatest of all, the best food that will ever pass your lips. I have always had a love for Mexican food, but sitting at a breezy beachfront restaurant, looking out at the anchored fishing boats that supplied the very shrimp in your tacos, words simply do not do it justice. Rocky Point, Mexico is simply put a destination of peace, tranquility, and unparalleled recovery for the weary soul. Looking back, perhaps the surreal atmosphere combined with my childhood naivety left me with the feeling that nothing bad could ever happen in such a wonderful oasis. One fateful night, however, would change my attitude for years to come. Being in my early teens, mischief was simply baked into my DNA. My brother and I, along with some friends, would frequently spend our evenings on the secluded low-tide beach lighting off fireworks we purchased from local vendors. Some fireworks were relatively harmless, such as Roman candles and bottle rockets. Other fireworks had a much bigger kick and were loud enough to set off the alarms of cars distantly parked within the beachfront trailer park. One evening, we had just lit off the last of our fireworks and started scheming on what other antics we could employ to keep ourselves entertained. One friend had the crazy idea of taking a nighttime swim. These were known to be very calm waters anyway. Small waves, practically no major currents. Before we knew it, we had stripped down to our swimming trunks and heading in. Now, the beaches in Rocky Point taper at a very shallow angle. Even after going out to the open waters just a quarter of a mile, I could still stand on the bottom and keep my head above water. At some point, we decided it was time to head back. At this time of the night, our only source of light on the waters were the stars, as well as the mostly full moon. On a night like this, the visibility is surprisingly good, with the water reflecting the moon's light in all directions. Despite the relatively good visibility, seeing under the water was simply impossible. As I looked down, my body to see the waterline was now about the height of my mid-waist. I had a bit of an uneasy feeling. However, it was not until that moment it occurred to me that if something were underwater with me, I would have no way of knowing it. Little did I know that my fear of the unknown was going to get much, much worse. As we waded through the water, working our way back to shore, something bumped into the back of my legs, hard enough to almost take my legs out from under me. I jolted forward, turning to look down at the waters behind me. I felt a tingling sensation run up my spine, and my hair stood up on end as I saw a light-colored blur disappear into the dark, murky waters. Now, my heart began to pound. The sound of my own heartbeat nearly drowned out the sound of my friends splashing and fooling around just in front of me. I felt a slight sense of relief as I saw the head of my brother pop out of the water ahead of me, apparently swimming under the water as he often enjoyed doing. I called out to him, "Micah, did you bump into me?" "What?" "Yeah, were you swimming underwater, or did you bump into me?" "I don't know, maybe," he replied with a bit of confusion. After nearly defecating myself in fear, I felt enough sense of relief to make it back to shore without much fuss. I did not even tell my brother or friends with us just what had happened, or what I saw. You know, as scary as the incident was, the real fear came later when I mulled over the experience in my head. At the time, I thought it was likely my brother who hit my legs while swimming past underneath me, but that just does not add up. He was too far away, and when I turned to see the light blur disappear into the darkness, it vanished off to the side, while my brother pops up in front of me. What is even more weird is my brother popped out of the water at least 20 feet away, and there was only a second time between the event of him appearing above water and this. There's simply no way he covered so much ground in such a short amount of time. The reality hit me like a ton of bricks. Something was in that water with me. Something big and strong enough to nearly knock me down. What was it? A shark? A dolphin? A sea lion? That's the scariest part. I'll never know. And it still haunts me to this day. Since my experience, I've never found myself afraid to get into the water. But one thing is for sure, when you're in the water, you are in someone else's world. While attacks from sharks and other marine animals is relatively rare, you simply do not know what lurks beneath. And that's unknown. That truly terrifies me. My dad and I were coming back from a family reunion in Tennessee, and we decided to go to some places that had made him the happiest as a child. Seeing as how our family had moved from that area before, he was far old enough to really remember them. We arrived at one specific location, and we noticed a famous stream that he would always talk about as a kid that he loved to go and fish at, play, and just be a kid had been replaced by a small highway. So we drove around a little while longer, searching for other areas. We found another good one, a little place that he liked to hang out as a teenager. This area was now full of discarded cans and garbage. It wasn't all that great. As we're kind of looking around this area, further back, there were trails that he would usually hike down, and being a teenager, was full of debauchery. He's motioning for me to continue down this trail that led just a little bit deeper into the woods. Now, keep in mind, at this point, a lot of the surrounding wilderness had been turned to highway, and much of the surrounding swamps were now being used for development, not like they were back in the 80s. Now, the surrounding woods we were entering were very thick, very dense. It even kind of cut off light the further in you went. And, I don't know exactly what it was at first, I guess I kind of just got a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Not anything specific, like what you tell in your stories where people get the feeling that they were being watched. Nothing like that. It was more just a gut instinct, like it's probably not safe to continue on further. In that moment, I assumed it was maybe because there might be dangerous homeless people around, or drug addicts, or what have you, since there did seem to be signs of homeless camps, what with all the garbage and cans and stuff, or worse. Now, out of the blue, my father stops dead in his tracks, sticks out his arm as if to stop me from walking further, and I look up at him, and he's staring right at something, and he has the most serious expression on his face. So I'm asking him, "Dad, what do you see? What's up?" And I look out to where he's looking. Well, directly in front of us was kind of this little marsh, I guess you can call it. There was a cement wall on the other side that led to a lone road. Well, on this concrete block, or concrete wall, I guess you can call it, was a medium-sized storm drain. And out of the storm drain was climbing this, what I'll describe to you as a lizard man. I feel silly for even typing that, but that's the only way how I know how to describe it. I mean, imagine a person in a lizard costume or something. Except the movements were so smooth that there's no way this would be somebody in a costume. All the way out here, it didn't really make any sense. We weren't exactly miles and miles out from town, but we also weren't in the middle of a metropolitan area either. And who in their right mind would be climbing out of a storm drain in that sort of costume? We saw it kind of climb its way out and climb down into the marsh. Luckily, we were kind of tucked away back in the trees enough where this creature or animal did not seem to notice us. But my father and I got a very good look at it. Honestly, it kind of reminded me of like a half-man, half-dinosaur sort of thing. The head was very much so reptilian-like. The body was covered in scales, and it had a man very much like a body. 2 arms, a chest, body, legs, all that stuff. Which is why I made the lizard man costume reference a paragraph ago. Once it climbed down out of the storm drain, it began walking off in the opposite direction, into the thick tree line where there's more dense, thicker swamps. It never turned to look in our direction, and never seemed to have noticed us. My dad, of course, his gaze was locked on this thing for the whole 20-30 seconds that we watched it disappear. I think him and I were in such shock and awe, but more so him. I kind of couldn't believe my eyes, but he seemed to have this look on his face that just screamed danger. After this thing disappeared into the thicket of the trees, he finally broke his gaze and looked at me and just said, "We should leave, now." I wasn't going to challenge that. I didn't ask any questions, so we quickly headed on back up the trail, maybe no more than a half a mile, up to the original spot that had all those discarded cans and garbage, made our way back further, and got to the car. After some time, I was the one to finally break the silence and ask, "Dad, what did we see out there? I mean, we both saw it, right? Is that some sort of unidentified animal or maybe undiscovered species?" He remained quiet and just looked at me with a very cold stare and said, "I don't know, son, but I didn't like it." I mean, I know it's a very anticlimactic ending to my encounter, but that's really all it was said. And my father and I have not talked about it since. I mean, I don't really see much of a reason to, but I thought in recent events with the world, I would maybe try and find some time, now that I had off, to reach out to different paranormal investigators and even story narrators, which is why I'm kind of drawn to your work and your channel. So I thought I would shoot you an email. And hey, worst comes to worst, I don't get a response. And best comes to best, you read my story and your audience can help me out, since it appears they've helped out so many others. Best of luck and thank you so much. It was at nighttime, and I was driving along Highway 24, right around the area of this old mill house. This is when I stopped at a stop sign, and I see something large coming out of the tall field grass. At first, I assumed it was maybe a deer, but then I saw it was clearly no deer. The creature I saw, well, I can't identify it. I can tell you this, though. It was a behemoth of a thing. Maybe 800 pounds, and I'm not exaggerating. And its body was large and very serpentine-like, or snake-like, I should say. The head alone was maybe 2 or 3 feet large. Yeah, I'm not kidding you. This thing was massive, and it just seemed to kind of rise up out of the grass so calmly. It got about 10 feet away from my car and just glanced on by, as if me being there wasn't a big deal at all. In fact, it really didn't pay any attention to me. Like, it could have cared less that I even saw this thing. And as you can imagine, seeing something like this for the first time, especially at night, feeling extremely vulnerable, having no weapons, nothing, I was terrified out of my mind. This giant human reptile thing walking around with 2 red eyes. Part of me wanted to just stick in my disbelief. This creature checked off every box in a horror movie cliche, but at the same time, I couldn't deny what I was seeing. Its gait, its movement. You could see its muscles and skin. I mean, either this was somebody in the most convincing Hollywood monster costume I have ever seen and that's ever been made, or this was something truly out of this world. What's your opinion? This story takes place back in 2014. I was in a 2-story house with my brother, kind of out in the backwoods of Missouri. He and his band rented this house out collectively for rehearsal. It wasn't an out of town too far, but you had to drive maybe about 10-15 minutes to get to it. And being a good brother that he is, allowed me to stay in the upper 2-story part, which is just one big open room, which I used for my bedroom for a couple of weeks after getting out of a very toxic relationship. So, very early on in the morning, I'd say 3 or 4, I was having trouble sleeping, and I'm out there on the balcony, looking down, just at the woods and the surrounding area, lost in thought. And I suddenly see a huge, maybe 6-7 foot tall dark figure darting across the tree line. It caught my attention, and I thought it was an animal at first, until I looked. That's when I could see the figure much more clearly, because it moved. What I was looking at was a large bipedal animal, and believe it or not, it kind of resembled a cross between a gorilla, a lizard, and a human. Although I couldn't see every enunciation of detail. It was very dark in color. Not just its coloring, but the lighting as well. Its head was huge. It had big long arms, and its body was also large too. The head, though, was more elongated, and, like I stated, easily 6 to 7 feet tall. The only reason that I even saw this thing was because it was a full moon that night, but where the moon was positioned and angled in the sky did not, unfortunately, light up this thing so I can get a look at it. It was in fact on the other area of the sky, giving just enough light that I could see something was here, but not all the details that I wanted. I know it might sound kind of morbid, but I was kind of wanting to see what this thing looked like, only because it was so unique, I guess. It stood there in the tree line for maybe, 10-15 seconds, and then it kind of disappeared deeper into the woods. I was the only person at the house at the time, and I actually wasn't that creeped out. While it was slightly disturbing, I kind of just wrote it off as maybe the darkness playing tricks in my eyes. Maybe the stress and emotional baggage from the bad relationship was causing me to see things that weren't exactly there. I slept on it, and after getting up the next morning, I realized last night was indeed not just stress, but I actually saw something. I've always been a believer in monsters and animals we might not be able to explain, and I've even seen some strange things in my life, But this, my friend, was definitely the strangest I had hands down ever seen. I was on this big adventurous hike to a lake with my friends. We had to walk through at least a couple of miles of woods from where we parked to get to said lake. And for the sake of the story, I'm going to keep the name of the lake anonymous, but I can tell you that it was a very popular lake. Still is. And since I was leading me and my few friends, I was of course in front. And as we're walking through the woods to get to said lake, I noticed something weird. I saw this big shadow, and I looked at it, trying to figure out what it was. I noticed it was kind of watching us from in between some trees, and it stayed perfectly still, so that's why I didn't exactly catch it at first. My first inkling was that it was maybe a man, but the more I looked at it, even with how dark it was, it looked wrong. Now, before I go on, you might be thinking, oh, well, you just saw Bigfoot. But I'm telling you, Bigfoots don't look like this thing did. This had a much more reptile-like appearance. The head was very long. The arms were very long. It kind of reminded me of a serpent head on a human body, with scales and everything, but just dark. After looking at it, I stopped my friends and had them look too, just to make sure I wasn't going crazy. As soon as we all stopped and began gawking at this thing, it immediately tilts its head up to look at us and starts jolting after us. We all start screaming and began running back the way we came. We could hear it chasing after us in the woods, and it caught up very quickly. I mean, it was probably no more than 30 yards away at max, and it was in a section of woods where it wasn't so thick we couldn't see it. It's like it was waiting there for somebody, for us. The thing chased after us though, and it was moving so fast. I didn't think it was possible. We didn't know what to do, so we ran and we ran, and we were able to ran back to where we had initially parked. I was so scared. I mean, all of us were. We were all looking at each other like, did that just happen? What was that? I'm not sure why, but I believe whatever this thing was could have caught up to us and grabbed us. But it didn't. It's like it wanted to chase us out for whatever reason. We were only maybe a half mile in the trail, and we all said that we could all hear it almost right behind us, right in the trees. I'm not sure why it never reached out and tried to grab any of us. That's kind of a mystery to me. So we all get in the car and we drive off, and we're trying to speculate what it was. What animal could it have been? A few of us talked and argued that it was a Bigfoot, but Bigfoots don't look like that. Not that I'm aware of, at least, unless I'm missing something. Yes, we were all terrified, but I strongly feel that this was something else entirely. I don't know if lizard men exist or snake men exist, but that's the closest thing I could even compare it to. It was my son and I, and a friend. We were out trout fishing at a local lake, not too far away from home base. It was a late summer evening, around maybe 9:30, just enough to where it was getting pretty dusky, but not quite dark yet. We were all sitting at the end of a dock fishing, and we had our dog, Jody, with us. He's a sweet boy, a Labrador retriever. We take him on all of our outings. At least we like to think he keeps us safe. He barks whenever there's a predator around, so he does a pretty good job of warning us and warding off any potential danger. And thanks to him, with this encounter, we saw what we did and potentially saved our lives. We're sitting there with our lines in the water, lost in conversation, and we hear Jody start barking and barking at something. I turn my attention, and I see he's barking at the water off to our left. Then I look a little closer, and I see the shape of something large coming up out of the lake. I motion to my friend and my son, and they all look in unison. and we're watching as Jody now begins to bark frantically, going crazy. And then, out of the lake, steps this horror. I don't even know how to describe it accurately in detail. It kind of reminded me of a half-man, half-alligator. Really ugly and grotesque looking, covered in scales and that thick armor plate that alligators are known for having. It just kind of ascends up out of the water. This elongated face. It turns and looks at us, stares at Jody, and casually walks off into the thicket that's right there, maybe no more than 10 feet from the water. As soon as it fully ascends out of the water and onto the shore, Jody begins whimpering and running back towards us, as he's terrified of whatever creature that is. My son, nearly soiling himself, was screaming, "Dad, Dad, what is that? What did we just see?" And my friend, of course, was silent, as was I. We couldn't really say much, but we all three agreed in unison, "Let's leave." I just didn't feel it was safe there anymore. On the drive back, we all kind of talked about it a little more and said, "Man, I don't know what that thing was, but as soon as we saw it, this feeling of we should leave now, it's not safe, just kind of took over all of us. I mean, had it not, I don't think we would have left. Something was wrong. What that something was, I don't know. Look, I'm not an advocate for the strange and paranormal. I don't believe in ghosts or any of that, or even Bigfoot or strange creatures. But I can't explain this animal. I don't want to go so far as to say it was a lake monster. I feel like that's ridiculous, but I've never seen a reptilian that was bipedal, that also came out of the lake. That was a first for all of us." Let me just say this first and foremost. I'm not a conspiracy person. I don't own a tinfoil hat, metaphorically of course, and I'm a pretty rational, scientific-rooted person. But I have no way to explain away this experience that I had back in 1998. Let me tell you, I was just a sophomore in college, and I was working in a bar in a small town in southwestern Florida. It was a great place, frequented by locals, many of whom I knew and many of whom knew me. We had a lot of regular faces. It was a place where people could get beer and never have to worry about somebody making them feel uncomfortable or getting hit on or getting in a fight. At least, not while on my shifts. It was a fun place. At the time, I was the only girl working there. I was the bartender and the only female that served beer. So, I was the only female that had to work at the bar. The place was a small old building that had originally been a gas station, and years later was converted to the store, and then eventually became a bar. The bar was in the front, and the back of the building held the kitchen, a small office, and the bathrooms. So, enough about that. It was a Saturday night. I was working the bar all by myself, which I was accustomed to. I had worked by myself quite a bit, and I'm not gonna lie, I have never made as great as tips as I ever have in my life working that job. But tonight was pretty slow. The place only had a few customers, and I was chatting with a group of maybe 3 people who were sitting there at the bar. Just small talk, just joking around and having fun. I thought I was having a pretty good time until this particular man walked in. He walks up right to the bar and I turn around, cleaning a bar mug. I did not know this man. I'd never seen him before, but there was something interesting about what he wore and the way he looked. I did not know anybody else who knew him. In fact, I wasn't the only one startled by his presence. Everybody in that bar seemed to kind of have that Hollywood movie moment where the guy walks in and where everybody just stops and kind of stares with a blank expression. That's the perfect way to kind of captivate this moment. He sits down, never breaking a stare. I mean, he's a big guy, strong jawline, dark hair. He had a black shirt on and jeans and looked like he had just come from the gym. The thing that struck me the most, though, was his eyes. They were these incredibly dark eyes. Not like fully black or anything, but he just had really stark, contrasty eyes. They were almost hypnotizing, and not in a lustful, romantic way. It was almost like a trance, like he had this power. I know, it's a bizarre description, but that's what it was. He had this very intense look on his face, almost like he was waiting for somebody, me, to say something. So I kind of stood there without a word, just staring back at him, wondering who this guy was. After a little bit, maybe 10 seconds, I nervously just said, "Can I help you?" without him ever breaking his gaze. He just kept stare, smirked a little, and just said, "I think so." Now at this point, I was getting creeped out. His demeanor, his attitude, everything was just weird. I mean, I've worked here already for a while, and no guy has ever just came in here and looked at me like that, without saying anything. I didn't know what he wanted, and I did not know who he was. So, my response was, okay, what do you want?" He paused for a moment. Keep in mind, during this entire interaction, I don't even think I saw the man blink once, let alone break eye contact. It was the creepiest thing. He calmly just says, "I want you," in a very monotone. At this point, not only am I creeped out, but I'm confused. And in the moment and being nervous, I was like, I'm working. What do you want?" He smirked again and said, "I would like to buy you a drink, if you want one." I had to politely kind of shoot him down and say, "Well, I'm working, so I don't drink right now. But maybe if you stick around, you can buy me one later." So he said, "Okay." And he just sat there, looking at the menu. And so now I'm kicking myself for even saying that. Stupid. Why did I give him such an invitation? Oh gosh, I was a nervous wreck. The people sitting at the bar just kept staring back at me, staring back at him, staring at each other, exchanging glances of confusement and, "Oh boy, she's in trouble" kind of look. He sat there quiet, and I was busy cleaning and doing my job duties. Maybe 45 minutes goes by and he's still sitting there, staring at the menu. I think I asked him, "Have you thought about what you wanted yet?" And as he turns to look back up at me, here's the terrifying part. As he lifts his head up in response to my question, his eyes were not normal. There was something wrong with them. They looked like snake eyes or something. They were this dark green and had these huge black slits in them. And maybe like a half second later, no more than a second, it's almost like they turned normal again. Like the same way an alligator does. You know, how they have those secondary eyelids. It was like a blinking, but not with his actual eyelids. I kind of screamed when I saw it, and kind of flung myself back. He did that blinking thing and his eyes were normal again, just very dark. And he looked puzzled, but still very mono-expressive. Tilted his head very robotically and asked, "What's wrong?" I told him, "You need to get out of here now, or I'm calling the police." Then, without ever breaking eye contact, he slowly stands up, then turns his head and his body, and slowly goes to walk out the door. As he gets to the door, he stops as his hand touches the door, turns around, looks at me again, and says, "It's a shame. You would have made such a great addition." Then immediately turned around and walked out. That was the last I ever saw of him. My skin felt like it was crawling. I was so creeped out. The guys at the bar were like, "Who was that guy?" And I told them, "I don't know." Luckily, my regulars were very kind and nice to me and said, "Hey, we don't know who he was, but we all got the creeps. We'll stay here late if you'd like to use clothes to protect you." I thought that was very kind, and I took all three guys up on the offer. And they stayed with me until my shift ended at around 1 or 2 in the morning, kept me company. The guy never reappeared. So that's my college story. Now, here's an important note. Fast forward almost 10 years to about 2009, and my aunt is very big, still is by the way, into the paranormal and things like conspiracy theories, reptilians, all that kind of stuff. Nothing that I really ever pay attention to. But I guess she was telling me there are these beings called reptilians. They apparently have the ability to shapeshift into people. I kind of laughed the notion off at first, and then she went on to show me some clips. People being caught on camera, like newscasters and TV hosts and celebrities, except their eyes change, and she showed me that. I felt my skin crawl again. That memory of that night instantly came back to me. That's exactly what I saw that night. I didn't tell my aunt anything. I mean, I always thought she was kind of crazy, but I just kind of shot her down and was like, yeah, that's terrifying. But I knew deep down, something was wrong with that man. I can't sit here and say with concrete evidence that was exactly the case, but the resemblance to the video she showed me, to what his eyes looked like and his strange odd behavior, sure is uncanny how close they're related. Hi, what lurks beneath? Before I tell you this, I trust you'll keep my name anonymous, and my location anonymous as well. And I also trust that you'll at least hear me out, and if I'm lucky, read my story. I know you're a busy man, and so I bet with all the stories you get, you probably don't have much time. Well, here's mine, and feel free to use it if you'd like. I lived in the swampy areas of Illinois for a very long time. I was deer hunting in the swamps, well, about 3 years ago now. This day in particular was very foggy, and I was busy walking along a path in the swamp. I heard a noise that was not something I'm used to hearing. It was like this very fast pitter-pattering, except the pitter-pattering was not that of light weight. These were heavy, more like thuds against the ground. I knew it was something because, again, I never heard anything like this before. Thinking maybe it was an alligator, I got down, crouching and listening for a moment. It was actually coming up in the trees around me, not on the ground. I'm thinking to myself, what the? And then I hear branches kind of breaking and moving up in the trees around me. So I get up from a crouched position, and I'm looking around. Instantly, as I turn behind me, I see these glowing pairs of eyes looking at me. This was during the day, mind you, so my visibility wasn't exactly poor. What I was looking at, I have no explanation for. It was just this big creature. It looked very dinosaur-like, if I can describe it. I had a hard time seeing the entirety of the thing, even though the light was good, because of how it was holding onto the tree. It was kind of crouched, on a large branch, actually, higher up in the trees. It had a pretty big head, and looked to be bigger and taller than I was. I didn't waste any time. I ran back to my truck, and I've never really sat down to tell anybody this before. But I know what I saw, and it was not a deer. What this thing was, I don't know. To me, it reminded me of some failed genetic experiment somebody tried to do by splicing human and dinosaur DNA. Sure, it sounds like a science fiction plot gone wrong, but that's what I saw. This was back in 2016. I was with my friend Josh on a run in the Pine Barrens in southern New Jersey. It was a cool autumn morning. The sun was out, and the leaves were just starting to change color. And it was the perfect morning for a run. We were running a trail, just for exercise and to get some good fresh air. A nice brisk pace always helps the body. And this particular trail was slightly challenging, with it being uphill. We were both talking about how nice it was out and how much we enjoyed being out here in the woods. So, here's a quick note, before I go any further with my story. Yes, I'm aware that Pine Barrens is home to all sorts of strange stories and encounters. Things like UFO sightings and bright lights, alien abductions, Bigfoots, and yes, even the Jersey Devil. I've heard it all. But I've never experienced anything myself. Never seen anything, never felt anything weird. and I've lived here for a long time. Not all my life, but enough, and enough time in the Pine Barrens, hiking and running around, that I feel like if those things were true, I would have seen something, at least by now. Well, that mentality that I had was proven wrong this day. As I was saying, we were running on this trail when, up ahead of us, we see something. Now bear in mind here, this is what we saw. We saw something big climbing out of the ground. At first, we kind of stopped thinking, what is this? But it happened very fast. This large lizard-like thing pulled itself out of the ground within a matter of seconds, like it just kind of dug itself out. Think of how in the movies where it shows, zombies digging themselves out of a grave and pulling themselves up. It was similar to that, but it was way faster. It was like a slick, solid motion of just arms out, body coming up out of the ground, boom. I feel like the phrase pooping bricks is a severe understatement to how Josh and I felt. We were frozen, as this being had pulled itself out of the ground, and its expression was kind of stunned and shocked that we were there, like it wasn't sure how to react to the fact that we had seen it. And we were kind of just locked in this stare for, I don't know, maybe 5 seconds, before Josh just grabs me and takes off going the opposite direction. My body reacted and we both ran as fast as we could. Somehow, we managed not to scream, and I'm really surprised I didn't scream like a little girl after seeing what we did. We get all the way back down the trail and get back to the parking lot, where we stop and try to catch our breath. After heaving and breathing heavily, maybe a minute goes by and we're finally able to breathe enough to where we can ask each other, "What was that? Did you see that? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh." And yeah, I can't believe we saw that. What was that? None of us knew. None of us could even think about what it could have been. Like I told you already, I have lived here for at least 10 plus years and have never even heard or seen of anything remotely like that. Let me give you a good description of what it was, since we had such a good view of it. This thing was a dark green, almost black, and it was covered in scales. It had a body similar to a man, but very large clawed hands and feet, and the head was almost kind of like a velociraptor, at least in shape. The eyes were a very contrasty yellow, very piercing, actually. We never saw any teeth, but I guess the best description, I would call it, is a dinosaur man, because it was like half man, half dinosaur, I guess. I also didn't see its teeth, but this thing was also ripped. I mean, through its scales, you could see its rippling muscles, all over its arms, all over its chest and stomach. I did not see any genitalia. It was not wearing any clothing or anything to cover that. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to go back in those woods to find out, if we're honest. In my early teens, my brother and I would always go out to the backwoods to hunt for treasure. We often implored the use of a metal detector. We found all sorts of cool but useless stuff in hindsight. Bottle caps, old knives, cans, forks, things like that. Nothing too exciting, but as a teenager, it was like striking gold. The adventure would usually start with us being out after dark, coming home muddy and exhausted. I mean, hey, it got us out into the woods and burned a lot of calories in the process. I guess this is why we always stayed in shape, which would come in handy for what would happen in this story. Let me just take a brief moment and explain the layout of the land. Our father owned a vast amount of acreage on the backside of our property. You had multiple creeks, and it kind of dipped down and you go further and further back, and then the land kind of goes up into a hill. Once you get to the top of this gradual slope, you could go back down again into a deeper section of valley that was all just forest upon forest. Now, during the fall season, my father would use these areas as hunting, and even had multiple deer stands set up all throughout there. My brother and I never really ventured that far out. I mean, we're talking hundreds of acres here. So, We generally stayed within maybe a mile or two, at most, of our own house. Don't quote me on the distance thing, though. I really have no way to verify that measurement. It's just from my recollection. So, we often had this evening ritual. We'd be out there pretty much all day, playing and trying to look for stuff to hunt for treasure with, and of course, using our trusty metal detector. By about evening time, sometimes we would sit and relax, my brother and I, on top of the far back large hill, and just kind of hear the crickets slowly fade into the night, and see the weather and sky change. It was always really peaceful. Sometimes, well, more often than not, we would actually see foxes and deer. I can't dismiss it that it was really cool. But there was one night that I feel for me and my brother, but I can't speak for him. It kind of changed things. So, we had a fairly normal day of hunting for treasure, and again, I don't believe we found anything extraordinary, at least not that I can recall. We were doing our usual of sitting atop this large hill, looking out into the night valley, or should I say almost night. That's when we started to hear sounds from the hill below us, something big moving around. My brother was the first one to hear it, as it got his attention first. He starts looking in that direction and knocks me on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, listen." And you could hear something big moving around. We thought it might be a buck or something, just due to the amount of noise it was making. But you could hear it was moving. And you could hear it wasn't walking, like the way a deer would. It was two-legged, whatever it was. And so now we're both really curious, trying to look through the trees and see if we can see anything. But we don't see anything. At this point, in the sky, it's pretty dusk. It's not totally blackout yet, but it's getting dark. And my brother and I were never afraid of walking back to the house at night, since we knew this part from the hill back to our house pretty well, and we were pretty hardy teenagers. We just kept thinking, there's no way somebody's back here. I mean, the only way to access it is you'd have to go all the way around, maybe another 40 or so acres in either direction. And quite frankly, if somebody was out here, they would have a lantern or some sort of flashlight. And there's really nothing out here. It's not hunting season. There's nothing of value. There's no reason why anybody should be back here. And the other thing is this movement sounded like it was coming from something very large, much bigger than just a man. All these thoughts are going through my head, and I'm sure my brother's at the same time. And we're looking, and we're looking. And then, my brother and I at the same time in unison see these red glowing eyes just appear down in the bottom of the hill, and they're moving up towards us. I believe again, my brother sees it first, and he hits me on the shoulder, and he says, "Look," and points. And we both see it. This figure, this tall figure is coming towards us with red eyes. I remember saying, "What is that?" And it gets closer and closer. And I think at this point, we were both so scared, we couldn't even get up to move. I know the natural instinct is to probably get up and run. But when you're that terrified, on a primal fear level, it's different. It grounds you in a way that you can't physically react like you're supposed to. It got closer and closer, till the shadows and darkness of the tree coverage became lighter and lighter, and we could start to make out what it was. It's almost like the lack of darkness allowed this thing to be illuminated by whatever little light there was supplied by the stars and the moon. My brother and I got a front row show to the horror of whatever this creature was, that certainly was far from anything human. And after seeing it with my own eyes, which I later verified with my brother in verbatim to make sure we saw the same thing, this looked like some sort of lizard alien thing. I'm not sure what else you'd call it, to be honest. But I can tell you, it had a flat face, slitted pupils, large red-yellow eyes, a very reptilian-shaped like head. It was very tall, not really built strong, full of muscles, like you would see in a bodybuilder, but more so very lanky in its torso and its arms and legs, and it had this large tail behind it. It was kind of like a large lizard man, I guess, if that's the best way to describe it. It never opened up its mouth, so I never saw any teeth, but I could tell that its face, like I said, was flat, and the nose had slits. It also never made any sounds, other than the crunching of leaves and coming up from the brush. It was maybe, 50 feet away from us, when my brother manages to jump up, grab me by the collar, and yank me and pull me. Somehow, like kick-starting a motor, that's all my legs needed in order to run back to the house. And at this point, it was dark. Maybe not pitch black, but darker. And the second we go running down the hill, back towards the slope up to our property, we can hear this thing now picking up its pace, chasing us, running behind us, and it's gaining quickly. Trust me, I did not look back. I know all about that. I was not going to risk that happen, and falling and tripping over a rock, and just being bait for whatever this thing was. Again, it never screamed or let any noise, just that it gave chase. We made it to the bottom of this hill, and the gradual slope back up to our house. I think it must have stopped either way, somewhere along before we hit the bottom, because afterwards we didn't see it anymore, or hear it, and I really have no idea what it was. We'd made it back, just in time. Our parents weren't home, and so I didn't want to tell them anything anyway. I talked to my brother, asked him, what do you think that was? Because we both saw the same thing. We're not crazy. We didn't just see stuff. We did not hallucinate. That thing was as real as flesh and blood can get. And it's safe to say we didn't sleep that much that night. As terrified as I was from the whole experience, I tried to think analytically. Like, okay, this is obviously some sort of large predatory animal, bipedal or not. Then I start thinking about the logistics. Well, there's a lot of food back there. Tons of deer, tons of bear and foxes, lots of food, lots of places to go undisturbed and hide. If there's anywhere there'd be some sort of creature like this, that backside of the property is exactly where you would find one. Although, I'm sure that my father has maybe had sightings himself, but he would never tell us, I'm sure. We had gone back there since multiple times, and yes, even at dusk, but we never saw this thing again. You might call me either brave or stupid for going back there, especially at dark. But, when you're a teenager, you think you're practically invincible, as we did. We felt that if we had a Bowie knife and the proper tools, we would be more equipped to handle a situation like that, which we kept on us all the time from that point forward, but never encountered it again, whatever it was. I arrived on 420 at a rental cabin 2 miles from downtown Leavenworth in Washington State. First night, I heard a woodknock, as we're going to be about 10 p.m. Did not think much of it, rather than it being odd and startling me. Next evening, we were in the hot tub, about 8 p.m. Still light outside. My husband heard 2 woodknocks. I discounted it, stating likely deer. About an hour later, he went out to our car and heard another knock. At this point, I started to think maybe it was a Bigfoot, but actually hoping not. I went to bed around 10 p.m. and shortly after, I got into bed, still wide awake, and I heard a loud rock hitting the side of the wall behind my head. Then, heard another less loud rock sound hitting the wall of the bedroom next to me on the same wall. In the morning, I went out to see if I could find the rocks, and believe I did. There are not that many rocks on the ground, and the ones that were embedded into the ground. 2 rocks were lying on top of the ground and did not appear that they had been there long in the weather. There was a bigger rock on my bedroom side, and a smaller one on the other side. A follow-up investigation report was done by BFR investigator Jeff Sidebottom spoke with the witness, and she seems very credible. Her husband was also a witness. April 20th. They arrived at the Bear Paw rental cabin near Leavenworth, Washington, on April 20th. The weather was hot and clear. The cabin sits higher up on a hill than the ones around it. There are 2 hills in the back that form a V shape down to the bottom behind the cabin. They went to bed around 10:30 p.m. The witness described hearing one loud, distinct wood knock. April 21st. Weather was 70 degrees or so, sunny. They were sitting in the hot tub and playing some jazz music a bit loud, and she heard 2 loud, distinct wood knocks. She believes these were within 50 feet or so of the hills behind the cabin. They would go to bed around 10 p.m., and around 10:30 p.m., a large rock hits the side of the bedroom wall. They were sleeping in separate rooms due to bad mattresses, and a large rock hit the side of the cabin on her husband's bedroom wall. The husband claimed he could hear something rustling loudly in the woods behind the cabin. He looked and saw 2 deer come to the base of the V, made by the hills, and then bolt back the way they came, as if spooked by something. That morning, the witness found a few rocks on top of the soil, while the others were embedded from sitting so long. Around 8:30 p.m., they were sitting inside and she had her back to the wall when a large rock hit the living room wall of the cabin. April 23rd. The weather was cloudy and a bit cooler now. The husband put apples out in different areas and did some wood knocks and tried some calls. They said no activity at all that day or night, other than seeing some wild turkey. April 24th. Weather was rainy and cloudy. Virtually no activity. April 25th. The deck was scuffed up near the hot tub, which sits next to a game trail. Part of the deck is wood, and part is tracks. She said it looked similar to deer hooves, but deeper, and the ground was dry. There was a fresh gouge out the back deck, and there were claw marks everywhere. Some were thin and long, and she described them as 4 per print. The husband had heard some scuffling or something on the deck that night, but never looked to see what it might be. When you enter Kingman County from east on 60th Street, our encounter was on the first bridge you come to. This creature was on the west bank, just north of the bridge. By the way, this happened May 17th of 2021, not even a month ago from this reporting. It was also pretty thickly wooded right there, but surrounded by farmland. I'm handicapped, so I can't walk to where he was, but my son could, but I didn't even think of it. It just happened a day before yesterday, and it's been raining at the time of writing this. A follow-up was done by BFRO investigator Matthew Moneymaker. I spoke with the witness, Patricia Parcel, and her son Adrian. She is 65 and lives in Belmont, Kansas with her son. They have lived in Belmont for 2 years or so, and lived in Kingsman before that. This brief sighting occurred 2 days ago, 5/17/21, right around 6 p.m. Her son was driving her back home from a doctor's appointment in Wichita. She spotted the figure as they were crossing the bridge over the South Fork of a river. They both saw the figure briefly, but she got a better look at it. She estimates it was 150 feet away from the bridge. He estimates 200. It was on the north side of the bridge and west of the river. It was across from the small island Visible. The location of the intersection signs is half a mile west of the bridge. She and her son both say the water level is higher today than it was 2 days ago. More of the Sandy Creek bank was visible then. The figure was standing on the riverbank, out from the tree line. It was only a few feet from the water. Right now, the spot where it was standing is completely underwater. She cannot guess the height of the figure, but both witnesses say it was a reddish brown and distinct from the green tree line behind it. She is certain it was covered with fur, and she says she could definitely see its arms and hands. The hands were darker in color than the body fur. She had heard about 2 other BFRO reports on or near the same area river over the past 20 years, so she would look for Sasquatches whenever driving through here. She thought she had seen a similar figure in roughly the same spot previously, but did not get a good look at it while passing the bridge. This time, she got a better look at it. There was nothing like a stump or debris in the area. The county road crossing this river is the type of back road in Kansas which may only see a few vehicles each day. Her son says that locals driving these roads do not drive faster than 50 because there are so many deer, it's unsafe to go any faster. This location seems like a prime spot to look for tracks, etc. It was dark at the time, and I was living on a road surrounded by woods. This was back in 2000, in the fall, in New Hampshire. I went out to take my dog for a walk. At the time, our driveway connected to a dirt road that ran up the side from the main road. We walked to the end of the dirt road, and along that road is a tree lining of woods. As we began heading back, I looked over and noticed a tall figure staring at me just at the edge of the woods. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was definitely taller than 7 feet, standing erect on 2 legs. I also noted that it had orange eyes. I started walking back down the road towards my house, and when I would stop, it would stop and look at me. I would walk some more. So would the thing. And then, once I stopped, it would stop. Now I was really freaked out, so I yelled for my dog to run, and we sprinted towards the house. That's when I finally got inside. I looked down our driveway and across the road at the tree line. The figure was still there staring at me. I told my father, but when he looked, he saw nothing. It must have left by then. A follow-up investigation report was done by BFRO investigator Matthew Moneymaker. I spoke with the witness, Michelle Goodwin, by phone. She was a teenager at the time of this incident. She no longer lives in the house mentioned in the report. She says the area now has many more houses than back in 2000. Tanglewood Road has been extended as well. She said the figure was a silhouette, but definitely not a bear. It was simply too tall and walked on 2 legs the entire time that it paralleled her. It was not more than 5 to 6 feet into the woods from side of the road. I asked about the eyes and whether they appeared to be glowing or just reflecting light. She said the eyes seemed to be glowing dimly, which is a common feature of many nighttime encounters. The color was somewhere between orange and yellow. Although she became more frightened as the stalking continued. She said the figure was not otherwise aggressive or hostile. She knew very little about the Sasquatch Bigfoot subject at the time. It was only many years later that she learned more and realized the figure that paralleled her in the night was likely one of these creatures, by process of elimination. Alright, here we go. I've had several encounters, so here's the first one. I was walking with 2 friends, looking for one of the friends' brother, walking down the abandoned Lake Champlain and Moria Railroad track bed. It was approximately 1:30 a.m., June 25th, 1989. That's when we heard a god-awful screaming noise coming from over the bank on the south side of the old rail bed. Metal was being ripped and thrown. Over the bank, there were a series of junked-out cars, some Subarus and an early 60s Chevy station wagon. One of my friends uttered the obligatory, "What was that?" and the noises ceased, almost like it hurt us. The next thing we heard was the sound of something very large breaking through the heavy brush of the woods right below us. Before we knew it, it was up the bank and standing in front of us. In the dark, I could not see it, but I could tell that it was huge. There was a smell, as well, almost like crossing a dead skunk and a deep bog. Nasty. My buddies took off, leaving me, because I was slow to react. I was scared, but sort of curious. The thing, whatever it was right in front of me. I could feel its breath, hear it breathing. I was only there for a second or two and then started running. The thing took off after us. I could hear its feet on the gravel behind me. It stopped chasing us just as we broke out on the road and headed up the main street. I chanced to look back, and I could see its shadow just inside the brush. I'll tell you this, whatever it was big. A lot bigger than a man, and I have never seen a bear move like that. The bank it climbed was over a 45-degree angle, loose gravel and stone, covered with vines and heavy brush. We tried climbing it the next weekend, and it took the best of us over 5 minutes to climb. At the time, we never bothered to look for tracks, but one interesting note that I stated above is that there were junked cars on the south side of the railbed, one of these being an early 60s station wagon, a big, heavy car. My friends and I had been in that area the week or so before, and the car had been on its wheels. The weekend after the occurrence, the car was on its roof, pieces ripped from it and scattered around. That really scared me, and I haven't been back since. The second encounter I had, that was just as strange as the first. Me and a buddy of mine were cruising in his 85 LTD station wagon, as the ultimate touring vessel, as it were, just out of enjoying the late summer September weather. It was a beautiful September night, the 23rd, 1993. We drove up this four-wheel drive tail to the point where everybody parties. Every hick town is one, and the trail heads for Westport, New York. He wheeled the car around and parked with the rear facing the woods, the nose facing down the road that we just came in on. We were just talking about the town, friends, plans, just stuff. I happened to look out the back, and I could see something coming up behind the car. The LTD wagon had huge taillights, and there was no guard over the license plate light, so the back of the car lit the area up pretty nicely. This thing was big, black, and had its arm out like it was going to open the door on the driver's side. The part that scared me the most was the fact that the rear hatch of the wagon did not latch. It kind of just moved around, thumped and when you hit a bump, that sort of thing. It was one of those things Matt was always going to fix, but you know how us men are. Never did. Anyway, I looked at Matt and asked, "Did you lock the doors?" Calmly, almost deadpan. "Something's about to open the door." Matt slammed the gear shift into drive and we took off out of there. I looked back and the thing stood up. It easily had to be over 7 feet tall. We're talking huge. Its eyes must have caught the taillight's glow, because there was a red flicker in them. We never stopped until we got down to Port Henry, which is about 6 or 7 miles away. I live in a rural part of New York, just outside the blue line. I know what bears look like. I know how they behave. Each one of these encounters was no bear. I still don't know what to call each of them. It seems to fit the Sasquatch theory. But why in the middle of nowhere? Where I live, they already had the tourist hook. Lake Champlain. Each year, people with out-of-state plates flood the little town looking for the elusive critter. It's been almost 10 years since my first encounter and a scant 5 since my last. I'll tell you what, though. I still have no idea what exactly chased out of the woods we played in. The first encounter, though, we just had left Richie's house, went out looking for his brother. We were looking for his brother because he had gotten in a fight. He had arrived home just after we went out looking for him, though. We were also all very sober. For the second encounter, Matt and I were driving around just cruising, looking for something, anything to do. Sober again at that point, as I want to make mention, I don't drink or do drugs. In August of 1996, myself and 6 friends were camping at Pine Pond in the lower Saranac Lake region. It was around dusk, and my friend and I were fishing in our canoe. The other members of our party were at camp preparing supper, about a quarter-mile away through the forest from our location on the canoe in the middle of the lake. My friend and I were speaking openly, not attempting to be quiet in any way. I was scanning the northern bank of the lake, which I knew quite well. That's when I noticed a strange shape on the edge of the woodline. It was about 50 yards away. Immediately, I pointed it out to my friend, and he spotted it instantly. The shape was 3.5 feet off the ground at its highest point. At first, we both thought it was a black bear standing broadside, but after a few seconds, I realized that was not the case. We started to row towards it, somewhat cautiously. Just as my friend whispered, "It's a bear," the thing stood up. It had been crouching there on its feet, like a catcher from a baseball team. This thing, what we thought was a bear, had to have easily been 7 feet tall, and was very dark brown in color. Its face was hairy, yet fleshy around the upper cheeks. Its eyes were both dark in color, but clearly visible, and had a brightness about them. Upon talking afterwards, we both agreed that what we saw, the movements of its head and hands, it stood there for what seemed like 10 seconds looking at us. It tilted its head slightly, as if it were sniffing the air. As if this all wasn't strange enough, we then heard the snapping twigs about 50 feet behind it. The creature turned its torso to the left, looked to its side. Then, it immediately turned back towards us, then spun 180 degrees around, darting into the woods like a cat. We heard the sound of movement for about 10 more seconds. Lastly, nothing. To this day, I'm unsure what made those noises. After staying put in the canoe for about 10 minutes, my friend decided, against my wishes, to paddle to the spot on shore and investigate for tracks. There were only 2 discernible markings in the sand, which were obscured from pivoting its feet when it turned around. The whole experience was very, very upsetting, although I can honestly say it did not attempt to threaten us in any way. It was scary. That night, I did not sleep 1 wink. I was so focused on every little noise that I heard. And the next day, we left. The other people in our party are convinced we saw a bear, but I'm telling you, it was no bear. A follow-up investigation report was done by BFRO investigator Paul Mateja. The witness and a friend were in a canoe fishing when they saw a dark object approximately 50 yards away along the northwest shoreline of Pine Pond. They thought it was a bear and began to row towards it. When they had closed the distance to about 40 feet, this creature stood up. Immediately realizing this was not a bear, they stopped rowing and paddled backwards. They observed it for about 25 more seconds. However, details of the creature's appearance were rather vague because it was standing in the shadows and light levels were low at that point in the day. The report states it was about 7 feet tall, but in retrospect, the witness believes it was a little less than that. It was very similar in size and moved in a fashion similar to the creature seen in the Patterson film. The witness is not sure what was making the noise behind the creature. It did not seem alarmed at all by the noise, but rather seemed to know what it was, and it was at this point it turned and left. Pine Pond is about 10 miles from Lake Placid, host of 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympic Games. I didn't have an encounter exactly, but we are the owners of a camp in a remote region of the Adirondack Mountains. The camp is only accessible by hiking to it there rarely is ever anybody around our camp. We have found strange things that have occurred. The first, in fall of 2002, we went hiking for the day. When we get back, and we found a small pile of rocks at the back door. They were neatly stacked with a stick coming out of them. These rocks were not there when we left. They appeared to be deliberately stacked. We understand that these could not have been easily made by a human, but there's never anybody around up there. The fall of 2003. One night, around 7:30 p.m., dark, my wife and I went outside with 2 dogs. We smelled something very strong and musty, like nothing we smelt before. It wasn't the dogs or anything we could remotely identify. The 2 dogs got very antsy and begged to go inside right away. This was very strange and freaky. Now, these dogs are generally not scared dogs. They also are large dogs, about 80 pounds each. We had never seen them act this way, ever. When we bring them out at night or day, they run all over the woods. And this night, they wanted nothing to do with that. Almost like they smelt something that scared them. Number 3. The same exact thing happened. I went outside around 9:30 p.m. to relieve myself. While I was doing that, I hear a large, heavy stomping behind me. The stomping was loud and heavy, as if something was fleeing. But the strange part is it sounded like it made 4 to 5 bounds, then stopping. I heard nothing else after that. I looked around a little bit, but the happenings of this night made me uneasy. So I went inside and locked up the cabin. I don't know what did all this, and maybe it's easily explained away, but these things all together make me think it might have been a Bigfoot. A follow-up investigation report was done. I spoke with the witness by phone on 12/22/05. The witness recounted the set of unusual occurrences in amazing detail. The remote cabin where the events took place has been in the family for over 70 years, and the witness's family typically stays there for a weekend or 2, at least once every fall. The cabin has no running water or electricity and requires a half-mile hike from the nearest road. Now, the first event took place in the late afternoon when the witness, his wife, and 2 young children, and 3 adult relatives returned to the cabin after a day-long hike in the adjacent area. Nothing unusual took place during the hike, but upon returning to the cabin, the group observed a small rock pile and stick formation on the back porch steps. There were a total of 3 rocks, which the witness described as being relatively flat and smooth, and about the size of an adult hand. He reported that similar stones are found in abundance and scattered all throughout the immediate cabin area. No other events took place the remainder of the weekend. Approximately 1 year later, the family of 4 and 2 adult relatives was at the cabin for yet another October weekend retreat. In the early evening, the witness and his wife went out to the back porch of the cabin with their 2 family dogs. They both immediately smelt an unusual, strong, musky odor that the very witness described as a wet dog smell. They smelt their dogs and ruled out the odor as coming from them. Nothing further happened, and the couple decided to play it safe by going back inside after a few moments. Now, approximately 2 hours go by, and the witness went out the front door of the cabin, walked about 25 feet to the edge of the tree line. While standing there, the witness heard a very loud stomping sound, but it only lasted for a few seconds, but it shook the ground around him. The witness turned toward the sound, which he estimated to be coming from the base of a hillside, about 25 yards away. As soon as the witness turned, the sound ceased. The witness mentioned that although it was a windy night, the sound did not seem to be a falling tree branch. No vocalizations or strange smells were observed in that moment. No further events have taken place for the remainder of the family's stay. The witness mentioned seeing tree scrapings in an area about 6 feet off the ground, and that bear and deer are known to inhabit the area. The witness also mentioned an abundance of wild blueberry and blackberry bushes in the area that bear fruit in August and September. The witness and his immediate family have not been back to the cabin since 2003. These occurrences took place near Keene Valley, New York, within the Adirondack Park Reserve. The cabin is actually located near the Phelps Brook High Wilderness area, a recognized ancient forest area with a top elevation of 3,700 feet, comprised of balsam fir, red spruce, and mountain paper birch. Also nearby is the Marcy Swamp, also an ancient forest area. Vocalizations and sightings have been previously reported in the entire general area, central Essex County. On June 10th, 2006, I was driving with my brother on a back road, unpaved in the Adirondack Park. We were heading for a trailhead that led into the Hudson River Gorge. This area is almost dead center in the park and surrounded by many miles of uninhabited and very rugged terrain. It was late morning on a clear day. I was driving as fast as I could on this road because we had to get back to town by a certain time. As we turned a bend, I see a very large brown, furry object lunging into the dense woods up the road at the next curve, maybe 50 yards ahead. It was obvious that the creature was in the road and was startled by my speeding SUV. I told my brother, "Hey, there goes a moose." We reached the spot in about 3 seconds, and I slam on my brakes, expecting to see the moose right there in the bushes. At that spot, though, through the bushes, was a decent-sized clearing, and then more dark woods that went down a hill. As we looked, there was nothing at all. Everything was still. We started off again and took our hike. The more I thought about it, though, the more I thought it couldn't have just been a moose. First of all, it was the wrong color, a light chestnut brown. The color was very visible because the sun was shining in the area. It was a striking shade against the light green of the brush, and moose are never that shade. They are always a dark brown. Second, the size and shape were wrong. This thing was huge, at least 7 feet tall, and the shape was not like a moose rump. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like it was the upper back and head of something. Finally, if it was a moose, it would have not utterly vanished so quickly. My vehicle got to that spot in just seconds. Moose, at least the ones that I have seen, don't tear off into the woods. We should have seen it in the clearing. It wasn't a bear either, not even close. I wished I had stopped to investigate further. Unfortunately, we were in a hurry. Did I mention this location is in the middle of a large wilderness? There are practically no roads or trails at all in the entire area. In fact, some sections of the forest here are completely impassable due to very steep, overgrown terrain. A follow-up investigation report was done by BFRO investigator Paul Conroy. After an extensive phone interview, the witness provided the following details. The sighting lasted approximately 3 seconds, using the trees at the location that the creature stood as base. The witness estimated the animal at 7.5 feet tall and having a color described as chestnut or light brown. As this thing moved away, the witness observed the shoulders and head of the animal. The witness owns a house in the area and is very familiar with native wildlife. The color description and details provided by the witness regarding how the creature moved seems to rule out a bear. While there are moose in the area, they generally do not move in the smooth and quick manner that was described. When they are disturbed by human activity, they commonly walk away slowly. This area is also in the vicinity of the Hudson River Gorge, a part of the Adirondack Mountains, known for clean, fast-moving water sources, abundant wildlife, and dense forest and vegetation with a lot of small cliffs and peaks. This is my Bigfoot sighting. This was in early August of 2010, approximately around 8 to 8:30 a.m., right on the Cascade Lakes, New York, near Keene, and the weather was clear, with only a few clouds. I spend most of the summers camping in and around the Adirondacks in my Dodge Caravan. This particular summer, I had stopped at Cascade Lake to spend a few days camping. I had slept soundly the previous night and had woken up around 7 a.m. I decided to get up and start making my breakfast. I had just started the kettle on the camp stove when I looked over at the upper Cascade Lake, and I could see the mist rising off the surface of the lake. I grabbed my iPhone and walked about 50 yards to the edge of the lake to get a picture. As I approached the break wall, that's when I noticed a dark brown object on the opposite side of the lake at the shoreline. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but it seemed to be sitting at the water's edge. I then quickly realized it must have been a bear. The animal looked like it was doing something in the water with its paws, as I could hear a faint splashing sound. I thought it would be a good idea to get a picture, so I brought my iPhone up to my face level, tried to focus in on the animal. As I was focusing in, the animal stood up on two legs. I was startled and pulled down my phone to see this with my own eyes. It took a step towards the tree line and stopped, almost methodically. As it stopped, it turned its entire upper body to the left, staring at me for a couple of seconds. It turned back and in one step, disappeared into the tree line. I immediately went cold and got scared. As I ran back to my campsite, my only thought was that it was going to go left or right. If it went right, it would have to go into the water, and if it went left, it was headed directly for my campsite. I decided that it was best to get the hell out of Dodge. I arrived back at my campsite in just under a minute. My dog was still asleep on the front seat and did not even stir. I opened the passenger side door of my van and began to throw all my camping gear into the back of the van, making quite a mess. I closed the door, jumped into the driver's side, and floored the gas to leave. As I'm driving out, I kept looking out my left driver's side window to see if I can observe any possibility of seeing it, but I saw nothing. I drove all the way into Lake Placid, parked at a mall parking lot to try and gather my thoughts and think about what had taken place. It's easy to say that I was shaken up, and I kept replaying that experience over and over in my head, just trying to understand and make sense of what I had seen. Here are my observations. I could not ascertain its height exactly, due to the distance, but I would guess that it was approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, covered head to toe in shaggy, dark brown hair or fur. I could see the sunlight shining off its back as it turned to go into the tree line, and could see the brown coloration as it turned away from me. When it turned to stare at me, I could not make out any facial features, but I knew that it saw me. The upper body was massive and stocky like a football player's build was. It had very long arms and went well below its waist. I could also make out what I assume were the shape of hands. It walked upright and paused before slowly turning its upper body to look directly at me. It stared at me for approximately 5 to 10 seconds and turned back to face the tree line. It took about 1 to 2 more steps, then finally disappearing into the forest. I could see a couple of branches move after it went into the trees. It was then I decided to leave. I did not hear anything other than the initial splashing it made in the water with its hands when I first thought it was a bear. I did not return to the area until 3 years later with a friend to camp. Nothing has happened on subsequent trips to the area of Cascade Lake. I have had 2 other odd experiences in other areas of the 80 Ks on other trips though. I was working the night shift in a remote gas station at the end of a highway. It was the middle of nowhere, and the only other people around were a group of raptors camping up the river. That night, around 1 in the morning, I was doing my bathroom weekly wipe down, and I stood in the middle of the bathroom and began to smell a very strange odor. It startled me. I kind of smelled it for just a minute and realized it was like that of rotting death or meat. So I looked up in search of the smell, but found nothing immediately. After stepping outside briefly, I looked around for any possible source, but I couldn't trace any. Then, just above me, I hear this whooshing sound, like something large flying directly overhead. I turn to look, and I see this dark black silhouette, shaped kind of like a giant bird or something, fly right overhead and fly right over the gas station. I'm thinking to myself, what did I just see? And I'm kind of stunned there in the moment, trying to process, is there some sort of giant owl or bird that flies around at night? Then it comes back again, this time flying over the gas station in the opposite direction. And this time, there was no mistaking what I saw. Attached to this thing were these two glowing red eyes as it flew directly overhead. Safe to say, I was terrified. As the only really attendant there, I ran back inside and hid. Because we're more of a rural gas station, really after about 10 or 11 p.m., our traffic flow really dies down. So I ran inside, locked the doors, and waited for maybe about 45 minutes before feeling safe enough to unlock them. I never saw really what it was close up, and whatever it was never flew down close enough for me to accurately see it. The rest of my shift would go on as pretty normal, and when I got off work the following day, I told a couple of my close friends what just happened. I'm not ashamed of it. I was outright open. They were actually pretty understanding and told me that, they said, man, it sounds like you had yourself a Mothman encounter. And I said, a what? And they're like, yeah, a Mothman. It's this demon owl cryptid that generally hangs around the West Virginia area, but it sounds like you had your own dose. Well, first off, I'm new to the whole concept of what a cryptid is, or creature, or being, whatever it is you call them. So, my good friend kindly redirected me right at you and told me, this guy right here, email him. He can help you get some answers and clarity. So, that's exactly what I'm doing. And I'm wanting to ask you myself, did I see a Mothman, or was this something else entirely? Maybe this was just a giant owl, and somehow the lights from the gas station caused its eyes to glow red. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of any rational explanation, because the logical thought of a Mothman actually coming near here, I don't know. It's just hard for me to process. Thank you for your time. This happened last summer, July of 2020. I have a pretty nice little house out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it's a ways out in the countryside, but you know what? I enjoy it. So, one night, I'm sitting out on my porch, just enjoying the beautiful serenity that the night brings, smoking a cigarette. I'm lost in thought, thinking about whatever it was I was thinking about, and all of a sudden, I hear this giant thud, like something really heavy landed on the roof to my tiny house. Immediately, I shoot up and I'm looking around. And then, not even a few seconds later, I hear more thudding, as if whatever it was on my roof was now walking around. Now, I jump down off my porch to turn around and try to get a look at what had fallen on my roof. I turn, and to my horror, this being or thing was standing on my roof, looking at me. I'll do my best I can to describe it to you. It was a tall black silhouette with what appeared to be large bat wings or something, but they were kind of folded in. The body was a very weird shape. It was kind of human-esque, but it wasn't really like a head and body. It was just a body, if that makes sense. And it had two glowing red eyes, kind of tucked in between the wings, and it was staring at me. It wasn't a full moon out, so the visibility wasn't exactly the best. But as soon as I saw this thing, I dropped my cigarette. And for that split second in time, I had somehow managed to convince myself this is just a dream, you're hallucinating it, you need to go inside. But then, before I could even finish that trail of thought, this thing opens its wings and shoots off into the night sky, disappearing completely. Safe to say, I ran inside, locking my door, not going out for the remainder of the night. The next morning, I get up and go out there, and, of course, this thing was nowhere to be found. No traces of it, nothing. I mean, I guess with the events that transpired, I didn't really expect there to be any evidence or traces, but I don't know. Maybe in the moment, I just felt like observing my surroundings would hopefully give me some sort of closure. That maybe it was just a dream, maybe I just hallucinated it. So, I decided to take my encounter to the internet. I tried to do some researching and see what I could not find. Well, unfortunately, what I experienced was not a hallucination. Turns out, what I think I saw is something called the Mothman, originating from Point Pleasant. I had no idea this thing was even a thing, or it even existed. I don't know if it's a being or a demon or some sort of animal, but whatever it was, it terrified me, and I haven't seen it since, and I don't ever want to see it again. This isn't my story. It's actually a family friend's, so I'll change the names, just to keep their identity safe. Basically, a group of these teenagers were on a camping trip when they were attacked by this winged being, or a supernatural force, and they were basically forced to find the way to escape. My friend, or my father's friend, Kenny, was always the adventurous type, and wanted his kids to experience the great outdoors and all it had to offer. So, his son and his friends were convinced that they can handle doing a little camping and hiking, even if it bled into the night. Well, they were wrong. They had barely been on the trail for a day when strange things had begun to happen. First off, it wasn't too long into the trip when they all picked up on the feeling they were being followed by something. They couldn't tell what. It was just some sort of presence. Then, they hear the sound of twigs snapping and things like that. Something large in the trees watching them very closely. As a matter of fact, before even nightfall began, one of the kids thought they saw a strange, shadowy creature. And before they knew it, they were convinced they were being hunted. They turned to see a dark figure flying through the trees, sitting on one of the high-end branches. And it appeared to have red eyes, watching them, keeping track of their every movement. It appeared to be getting closer and closer each time, and they all felt it was going to attack them. Somehow, the kids managed to make a little makeshift campsite. They were planning on roughing it out through the night, and after a while, they looked at each other in confusion and wondered, why are they trying to do this? They should leave. They were also wondering if this was just some collective nightmare, and they needed to be more careful. They decided, we need to leave and get out of here. That night, this thing came into their campsite. That night, this thing pretty much enters their camp before they get a chance to disassemble, scaring them all to death. I guess it had tried attacking one of the kids, trying to grab them with its talons and pick them up. They all fled, screaming, leaving their couple tents and any equipment they had behind. They all grabbed whatever gear they could and ran as fast as they could in unison. Just when they thought they were safe, this dark figure was following them. They finally found a place to hide, but they had to keep moving. They had to find their way out of the woods. They finally saw light and realized it appeared to be a cabin close by the road, and they ran as fast as they could. This thing was now pursuing them through the trees, chasing them. They were in a portion of woods that had a lot of thick fir trees, so movement was kind of limited. They said they could hear this thing jumping through the trees, watching them, coming after them, like it wasn't trying to come down and swoop at them, but just keep track of them, like it was waiting. The kids kept looking behind them and saw that this thing was getting closer and closer, as if it was leading them to trap them. So, after a few hours of this going on, the kids had lost hope, but managed, even though they were exhausted, tired, and hungry, managed to make it to some back road they didn't know existed, just in the nick of time to hear somebody driving by. It was a lone trucker, and they knew that was the sound they had been waiting for. It was the sound of an approaching truck. They waved the trucker down, and he managed to be able to pull over and help these poor kids out. They were now freed, and their father came and gave them all a ride. This was back in 1977, and they still don't really talk about the experience. They don't know what followed them. They're all convinced it was some sort of creature. I thought the story is an interesting one, since I've been told it for a long time, and it's part of my family friend story. So I wanted to find out for them. You seem to know a lot about monsters and creatures. What do you think it was? Please, read this story in its entirety. The events are chronological to the best of my ability, and the reason I am posting this is because I think people who will read it will find this absolutely fascinating. I'm not a believer, but I am a hearer of the strange. I've spent a lot of time in Western Virginia and have been to every major area of sightings. I'm familiar with the lore, but never have been able to come across any real information. I am posting this because it may be of value to somebody. I have nothing to gain by posting this, and there is no attention or intention to try to cash in on the situation. I just feel that this is one of the most fascinating things I could have ever had happen, and I hope somebody else out there feels the same. I want to share this. So, this has been hard to type. It's been amazing but very emotional for me, and I want to do my best to recreate the events as they occurred. I will try to post the story verbatim as best I can. This happened on the night of Friday, January 16th, 2015. It was a very cold and windy night, and I was about to head to bed. I was on my couch with my wife and my dog, and we were watching a movie. About 10:30 or 11 p.m. rolls around, and I tell my wife I'm going to bed. I am a big-time insomniac, so I don't go to bed that early. I was looking out my living room window, and there was a big snowstorm coming in. The wind was whipping, and you could see the snow being blown by the wind. The temperature was below freezing. I closed the curtains and headed to my bedroom. As I'm walking down the hall, I hear a thumping noise coming from my back door, followed by a whistling noise. I went to the door, opening it up, and immediately see this thing just outside my door, maybe 25 to 30 feet away from it, and it was night, so I couldn't make out every detail, but I could see it was kind of a grayish dark color. It was big, black, and had kind of a pointed beak and very large red eyes. It stood almost upright, but kind of at a slanted angle, and appeared to have what I can describe as wings on its back. It was very large. It was much taller than an average man, although I cannot give you a height estimate. I did not see that it had any ears or other facial details, but I could see that it was breathing and was looking straight at me. Not even 2 seconds later, this thing takes off straight up into the air at a very high rate of speed. As it went up, it makes a whistling sound, and you could see its wings moving really fast. As I see it go up, the moonlight kind of fades. So that's it. I closed my door and I was done. Unsure of what I just saw, I go back and tell my wife, and I say, "Honey, I just saw something up there I can't explain." And she could tell something was wrong. I was ghastly pale. Something was very wrong. I have no way to try and explain away what I saw, and it's honestly a mystery. While part of me wants to believe and accept that this was a Mothman encounter, part of me also wants to believe and accept it was something else entirely. What? I'm not sure. I live in Mason County, West Virginia, in the Mason-Mingo Junction area. I have two Mothman sightings in my entire life. The first was in 1992 to 1993. I was roughly 8 or 9 years old, and at this time, it was evening, and I was just getting out of the shower. Because of where our shower was in the house, I had to go and use my parents' shower. Theirs was really the only operable one at the time. So I'm getting out of the shower, getting dressed in my parents' bedroom. When out the window, I see this figure land and dart into this tree. The movement just naturally catches my attention, and I walk over the window to go and look. Standing, perched on top of this tree, is what I thought was a large bat at first, but the more I looked, even at that age, I just knew it wasn't right. Something was so wrong about it. The way it looked, the way it moved just seemed unnatural. The way it furled its wings inward. Then, it immediately looked over in my direction, as if it knew I was watching it. I remember kind of just gasping and stepping back. This thing immediately darts down to the ground and kind of vanishes into a small sect of trees. Completely startled by this, I get dressed fully, go downstairs, and tell my mom what I just saw. She, of course, being a mom, simply dismisses any claims I would have had and just says, "Oh, honey, you probably saw an owl or a bird. Nothing to be alarmed of." But I wasn't buying her explanation. Even though I was 8 or 9, I wasn't stupid. I knew what an owl or bird looked like, and my mom trying to cheaply explain it away wasn't doing it justice. So, a couple of days later, I was very close with my grandfather at the time, so I brought my encounter story to him. He believed me. Oh yes. As a matter of fact, he's seen the Mothman too, multiple times, even going as far back as being a young boy before the infamous grouping of sightings back in the 60s. He tells me that these things, that there's not just one of them, but there's several of them. They hang around the area and they mainly stay in the woods, and to mainly try and just stay out of the woods at night if you can. But I told him I wasn't in the woods, I was in the house. And he responded by telling me that even though I wasn't in the woods when this happened, we're close by, and to just try my best to stay away from not only wooded areas, but any areas around wooded areas, just to try and stay safe. There's no telling what these things are capable of, and if anything, they're probably extremely dangerous. Alright, now let me tell you a bit about my second encounter. For this one, we fast forward in time about 10 or so years. I was now 19 years old and had a part-time job working at a lumber mill. Because of where we lived at the time, we were a little bit ways out of town, and this lumber mill was roughly 6 miles away from my house. To get there, you had to take a lot of back roads, which meant coming back at night, I had to be very cautious of deer. I mean, the area was full of black-tailed deer, constantly having times where they'd jump out in front of your car. So, naturally, it being nighttime, and with that in mind, I was always on very high alert. So I'm driving home, it's dark, it's maybe sometime in the spring or fall. I can't remember which, but it was roughly 7 or 8 p.m. Like I said, it was dark, and I'm driving these roads, and I come to a fork in the road. I make a right turn to lead back to my house. Now, I'm maybe 3 miles away, and as I'm coming down the straight road, this figure I see is standing right in the middle of the road. And as I'm pulling up to it, I'm thinking to myself, who's standing in the road? But things begin to get a little bit more unnerving. The closer I get, the more closer my headlights start to illuminate this figure. And like normal, if it was a person, the headlights would start to reveal details of the person. You know, like what they looked like, their clothing, etc. The only problem here is, the more the lights hit this thing, nothing showed. It was just pitch black, like there were no details at all, as if it was some formulated physical cloud of black smoke, is how I can best describe it. So I'm getting closer and closer to this thing, and just trying to rationalize and make out what I'm looking at. You know, I couldn't tell you the exact second that my brain just had that aha moment, where it clicked, that I had seen enough of this thing to fully have that flashback memory of the same thing I saw 10 years prior, and immediately, that recognition was horrific. This thing opened its wings, revealing the same two eyes that I saw when I was 8 or 9, and I knew instantly, this is the same creature. I want to say I thought about it and made a very intelligent reaction, but what I recall is my body just reacting to the sighting, and I slam on my brakes, no more than 50 feet away from this thing, contesting my driving further down the road. And without even thinking the thought, I throw my car into reverse, do a quick 180, and I'm zooming in the opposite direction, not even caring to check my rearview mirrors. In that moment in time, my only motive was to make as much distance between me and this thing as possible. Yeah, I took the long way home, which took an extra 20-25 minutes, but it was worth it. I never did tell my mother or my grandfather at that point what I saw. Not this point. Now, fast forward another few years, and I'm about 23. I had finally saved up enough money to move out on my own and away and out of town. Well, since then, I've had a budding career, and fortunately for me, I have had zero encounters, sightings, or experiences with this, what people I guess call the Mothman. But they do at least make interesting stories now that I've made peace with them. So I'm happy to share them with you. Use them as freely as you want. Just please keep my name out of this. Thanks. Hello. I am a private detective in Denton, Texas. I have a sighting I would like to share with you that took place back in August of 1999. I was sent to a residence in Denton County to do an investigation for a child custody case. I was sent there to do a check on the welfare of a person who was supposed to be living in the residence. I arrived at about 7 p.m. and went inside to make my investigation. While in the residence, I was startled by a noise coming from the back. I went to the back and found a 5-foot-tall creature with glowing red eyes in the backyard, and I observed as this thing climbed up a pine tree and flew off with what appeared to be large bat-like wings. It moved very fast and very gracefully, kind of like it just glided across the sky. It was incredibly unusual. Of course, I reached out to local law enforcement, but they said they get these reports more often than not, and there's nothing they could do. I'm not really the one to share and talk about paranormal sightings and happenings, but I have been a fan of your channel for a while now, and I figured that you might enjoy this little nugget. I have never really understood what it was, or why it was there, or what its purpose was. All I can say is that I guess I'm a part of the lucky club that actually has had the fortune, or depending on how you look at it, misfortune, of seeing something like this in person. This sighting occurred right around the summer of 2001. I was out in the woods with my boyfriend at the time, camping. It was a wonderful, peaceful night. Very clear. We were just sitting out looking at the stars together. It was about maybe 11 to 11:30 p.m. It was now getting pretty late. I had just finished telling my boyfriend that I was tired and was ready to check in for bed in the tent, when I noticed something moving quickly through the trees. I looked to my left and saw a being. Now, I don't know what it is, and I don't claim to know what it was, but I've never seen anything like it before. It was maybe 9 feet tall, covered in dark hair, and had red eyes. I could not tell if it had wings or not, but it moved extremely fast and was very agile. I just remember thinking to myself, what is that? Could it be a bear? It had very long arms and was running on 2 legs. It ran by us so fast that I couldn't make out details on the face, but I can tell you, judging by its stature, size, the way it moved, it was impossible for it to be a human. I mean, it was so dark out there. Why would anybody be doing this? We were startled. At least I was. I told my boyfriend what I saw, and to come find out, he saw the same thing too. He just didn't want to say anything to me to scare me. He said he saw the same thing and that it was very fast, but like he could only make out a faint silhouette. That was more than enough for him. I am 100% sure that what I saw was not human. I don't know what it was, and I have never seen a bear move like that before, assuming it is a bear. I've heard of things called a Mothman, but I don't know. It could also, I guess, be a Bigfoot, but I'm not really into Bigfoot or the idea that one exists. In fact, the idea is silly to me, but I clearly can't deny what we experienced on this camping trip. Either way, I don't want to come to any conclusions just yet. I think I'd rather wait for your opinion. You tell me, what do you think I saw? As I was driving back home from work, and as I was almost home, I got off the exit for the street that I live on. As I slowed down at the off-ramp, I see these two huge red eyes catching my attention. I looked at it, and it looked at me. I sped away as quickly as I could. It was bigger than a man, and it had wings. It was black, and it didn't have a head. I usually don't believe the stories that people tell that this thing is the Mothman. But, based on what I saw, how could I say no? I'm not sure if I could call myself a believer in Mothman, but I do believe in extraterrestrials. I've seen this with my own eyes, and I know for a fact it was real. The creature did not look like a human being. It did not look like anything that I've seen before. It came soaring out of the sky right at my car, and had I not slowed down, I probably would have hit it. I'll never forget what I saw. I'm kind of still in shock over it, honestly. I know the Mothman is something talked about and seen by so many of the locals, but I never in a million years could have imagined that I myself would see it. I've seen many strange things in my life, but this was the most bizarre thing I have ever seen. I can't explain it, but I know what I saw. I know it was real. It was no dream. I wish it was. I know many others see this thing too, so I know I'm not crazy. I was lying in bed at about 2 a.m. after staying up pretty late. That's when I noticed this very large shadow just outside my window. It immediately caught my attention. I live next to a really large lake out here in the woods, so I wasn't sure what it was. It was much larger than a deer, like I initially thought. I was convinced at first it was a deer, but then I noticed it was standing upright. So I opened my window further to see this huge black creature, which then I noticed it had a very large wingspan, and it was hovering over the lake. This thing looked to be bigger than a human, but its head was shaped kind of like a dome, like a large black moth. I only saw it for a few seconds, but even in the dark and the dim moonlight, I locked right onto it, noticing that it looked all sorts of wrong. This was something not of the natural world. And its eyes. There was something wrong with the eyes. They seemed to illuminate red, glowing this faint light. It was all black, pitch black, and it had long wings. It seemed to kind of sit there for a few seconds and then kind of shoot off in the distance, disappearing between the trees. I was convinced that maybe was this a Bigfoot, although I don't know anything about Bigfoot. Do Bigfoot have wings? Do they even live in the woods? I don't know. I didn't hear any other movement. I didn't smell anything. I didn't notice anything else that was strange. Just that sight. And for the record, from where I'm sitting in bed, if you look out the window, I have a perfect view of the lake, which, mind you, is only maybe 50 feet away from my bedroom. So, if there's any movement out there, I'm gonna see it. And the way the moon was positioned that night, right up in the right spot in the sky, gave me the perfect illumination of this being or object that was just hovering there. Look, I'm like you. I wish I could give you a proper explanation of what it was or what it could have been, but I really don't know. So, I've taken the time to write this encounter up and send it to several people. You, of course, being one of them, and the replies I'm getting back are a little unnerving. I guess somebody had mentioned something about a demon, while somebody else mentioned something about a Mothman. Now, I took the time to do some research before I send you an email, and come to find out, the Mothman is this, what they call a cryptid, and it normally exists in western Virginia, and I guess was even responsible for a ton of disasters around Point Pleasant. And while yeah, the concept is very interesting, I'm just not 100% sure I'm fully convinced yet. Although, I do believe and I know I saw something, but what that something was, I'm not too sure. So, in my search for the answer, I stumbled upon you. You seem to be the kingdom of encounters and stories, and hopefully knowledge that will solve this case. If you can't, well, I'm hoping you'll at least read this and maybe your viewers will be able to crack the case. And maybe, if I'm lucky, you'll put this up online and I can read people's comments. That's if you choose to read this. Anyhow, in closing, I appreciate your efforts and any responses you give. Thank you for your time. I was backpacking by myself, just a few years back, actually, long before the pandemic and all the shutdown. Funny, it seems like all these things were so long ago, but yet daily, we're very much so reminded that life, or what we would call normal life, wasn't that far away. Before I get a little too far into the story, I'm a huge fan of urban exploration. And not just that, also exploring out into the woods by myself, finding anything that is remotely interesting. I've found things from old, battered and beaten Model T frames, old rusted gun shells, weapons, arrowheads, and even strange makeshift weapons that appear to be far older than I, even though I'm only 20, and I was about 17 at the time of this strange finding. On this particular day, a beautiful, warm spring day in May, I decided it would be well spent outside in the woods, rather than at my house. So, I packed up some water bottles, a few Cliff Bars, and I set out on a 4 to 5 hour journey, as far as I could. There were many woods around my area. I wouldn't exactly say unexplored. It was more like just undeveloped land that stretched on for miles. Could I say it was a part of a natural forest? I'm not too sure. I don't think so. I do know, though, that by my house and some parts of the woods are homeless camps and aren't exactly safe to venture off into. So I made my way into the opposite section of woods, which is opposite of the homeless camp. There, I don't think there are any camps like that. I try to make sure I can keep my distance, if anything. I set out into the beautiful woods, and let me remind you, it was a very clear day. Nothing weird, strange, or dark, or out of the ordinary was present at any given moment. And after making it maybe 2 miles off into the backwoods, although I would hardly call it backwoods, because, as I stated before, this is all just a huge area of undeveloped land. If I were to go out a few miles in any direction, I would probably hit a couple of neighborhoods. Although, this section of woods I had not yet really explored, so to me, it was backwoods. And to my 17-year-old brain, I felt like I was out deep in the wilderness, untouched by mankind. At some point, I came to a small creek, and I followed that creek for a short amount of time. No more than 20 minutes, if I'd have to estimate. Then the disturbing part came. I started finding decapitated squirrels just lying around on the ground. Not randomly, like somebody had got them, chopped their heads off, and threw them on the ground. I followed them. There was maybe 3 or 4 of them when I reached this old, I don't want to say abandoned cabin, but it was an old makeshift shed/cabin. Somebody was clearly living here at some point, but it looked abandoned. I can tell you one thing confidently. I got the creeps. This little makeshift cabin shed thingy was kind of in a small clearing, maybe no more than 50 feet. A good spot for it too, since the small creek was no more than 30 feet away, and I could see that there used to be a small fire pit, or a place where fire was at between the shed and the creek. Definitely, somebody had been living or camping out here. There was other forms of clothes and miscellaneous trash, so I didn't think too much of it. I figured maybe this was just a small little drug den, or something along those lines. But the decapitated squirrels? Now that, I can't exactly find an answer for. Along with those creepy feelings, I couldn't help shake the feeling that somebody around the area was still there. Like I wasn't alone. There was somebody else besides me. Upon looking around and checking my surroundings very thoroughly, I didn't see anybody else, nor did I hear any signs of anybody else being present at the time. I opened up the shed door, and it was pretty small, maybe the size of a bedroom, at most. There was really nothing in there but an old ratty blanket on the ground, and some other miscellaneous trash. No needles or anything like that. Just old and dirty, run down. It looked like somebody threw this thing together with old pieces of sheet metal, pieces of wood, anything they could find. It was very primitive. But after I opened the door and stepped in to kind of just check things out, that's when my senses truly heightened. I started hearing noises outside, like somebody was approaching. So I quickly jumped out and scanned around. Nothing. I didn't see a soul around, which really made me start questioning, am I going crazy, or am I just way too overly paranoid? But I could tell if I were to follow this small little trail further, it goes off beyond the shed, off into another small section of woods that goes beyond. I don't know what it was, to be honest with you. There was just some sort of really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach that was screaming at me, do not go further whatever you do. I didn't see any more decapitated squirrels that led in that direction, so I was pretty much deciding whether or not to go back or to go forward. I thought maybe I would just sit down for a minute, collect my thoughts, and maybe explore this area a little more. After all, besides this little makeshift shed and the dead squirrels, those were the only things that were disturbing. Perhaps some old, drugged-out lunatic was living here. In the middle of processing these thoughts, with the sound of the creek running behind me, I hear a man screaming at the top of his lungs, followed by a dog whimpering and screaming in pain. Now, I can't replicate it, but if you've ever heard a dog scream in pain, imagine what it would be like putting a dog in a bear trap. The same kind of scream, squeal an animal would make, knowing fear and pain. And it was coming from close by in the same direction where the trail led off to. That was enough for me. I noped it out of there so quickly. I grabbed my stuff, got out of there, and I started running. Running back down where the creek met, and down the trail which I kind of took myself. As I made it back towards the entrance, or the base of the creek where I originally started, following the creek, I began hearing more noises behind me, and it sounded like multiple men yelling and shouting, although about what, I couldn't tell. I couldn't make out what they were saying, just their tone and inflection. They didn't sound happy, and it sounded, had I stuck around for much longer, I would have been in grave danger. I mean, there's no knowing what those men would or could have done. And after that day, I never really went back into that section of woods. I know there are occasionally homeless people that wander around, but I still to this day can't describe the dogs screaming in pain, or the decapitated squirrels and what that was all about. They were fresh too. It appeared like somebody had a knife or something and did it. The heads weren't just ripped off, and the bodies weren't eaten. Somebody, probably someone out of their mind or drugged out, did this. And I'll tell you what, I had no desire to go back there and meet the person responsible. The only real thing I regret is not calling the police for them to investigate further. In hindsight, I probably should have. It's okay if you don't believe me, because I stand by what I saw. One day, when I was driving out in the country, it was in a more thicker wooded area, on a small country 2-lane road. There was no other real traffic on the road at the time, which means that, of course, like usual, I was by myself. I had no co-pilot, no friends to keep me company. It was just me. It was also dusky. Not too dark. It was actually the brighter side of dusk, when the sun is just beginning to set, and everything is still very much bright outside. I've only told 2 friends about this. They both claim it was possibly a misidentification of a bear, but a bear doesn't have these traits and qualities. I've seen enough brown and black bear in my entire life to know that this is not a misidentification, and if I'm honest with you, I wouldn't be wasting your time if I even had the slightest suspect that this could have been a bear, and not something else that's strange. At first, it was the movement that caught my eye. Off on my driver's side, inside the woods, in the sparse amounts of trees, just beyond the initial tree line, was this large dark figure moving. At first, I did initially think it was a bear, just because of how it waddled, on 2 legs, like it was shaky, and having a rather rough time walking. But after maybe 3 or 4 steps, it quickly gained composure and began walking very comfortably, like a normal upright walking man would. Immediately, I kind of had a double take to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing. Because of where it was, and the lighting, and how many trees it was tucked back between, I didn't get the best look at it, but enough that I could see it was something, what I would say is out of the ordinary. As it was moving, I could tell it had a very strange gait to it. Even though it was very smooth in its movements, it still just wasn't right. There was something about it that just, I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I knew it wasn't a man, and I just knew it wasn't a bear. You see, when bears walk on 2 legs, they're kind of clumsy. They don't move as smooth or glide like this figure did. I couldn't give you an estimate on how big or small this figure was. Definitely as tall as a man, but to go as far as saying 9 or 10 feet tall, I don't know. From my ankle, and from where I was, and the distance that I was from it, it appeared to be just this large dark silhouette. I've read theories and speculations online that this could have been a Bigfoot, but the proportions did not add up to what people speculate are Bigfoot, like having a large cone-shaped head, very broad shoulders. This was more like a man, just a standard man-sized silhouette, just a little larger, and going very smoothly. It wasn't completely black though. I could see it had some definition and some shape, possibly some hair. I just don't know what it was. But to say it was a bear, it's impossible. After about 15 seconds, this thing quickly disappeared behind one of the passing oak trees, and I did not see it again after that. As far as where it went, I'm not exactly sure, since it disappeared so quickly. But I even stopped my car, turned around to see if I could see it again. I could not. I scanned and looked around and saw nothing. It must have been gone. So I turned around again and went back the original direction that I was headed in. I wondered the entire rest of the night what it is that I saw, and the following day told my couple of friends what it was and gave them exact depictions and descriptions of what it is that I believe it could have been. They were quick to dismiss any claims of it possibly being anything more than a bear. But like I told you, I don't think it was. I don't think it was something explainable, unless it could have been some sort of gorilla, but even monkeys and gorillas don't have that smooth of a gliding gait. Not like that. And it didn't remind me of a gorilla. It was very strange. I don't know. Again, I'll say it again. Believe me if you want to, but I stand by what I saw. We and my friends went camping in Michigan's Upper Peninsula just a few months ago, along with two coworker friends of mine for a bachelor party. It wasn't just any bachelor party, but a party of us hardcore video gamers. We spent the weekend drinking, fishing, and of course some target shooting. Friday night, after our fun trip, we had gotten to say 10% of the way drunk. We returned to the lodge, the cabins we were staying in. We grabbed some drinks and snacks and proceeded to play some board games. We had 3 easily navigatable cabins. Cabin 1 is where the bachelor party was being hosted. Cabin 2, us 3 coworkers, and Cabin 4, the 4 bachelor party guests, and we decided to do some target shooting, a pastime of ours usually reserved for the range. We went outside to our shooting ground, where we set up 5 targets in 4-foot increments. We decided to move the targets from farther away to closer to the targets in distance to each other. I took the rifle that shoots less than 100 yards and shot at the 5th target. And right after I took a shot, I realized that something had moved behind the 5th target all the way to my left. There was a set of trees in a straight line with the other trees that were closer. There was something that appeared to be standing right next to it, and it looked to be standing on 2 legs, long and lanky. It appeared to have the upper portion like a dog, maybe a husky or malamute, but the head resembled very much like a wolf or a dog. I didn't know what to do. I took another shot at the target, and I shot 2 more rounds, maybe wanting to see if this large dog was gone or not. As I shot my 4th round at the 5th target, the wolf dog thing moved to a closer set of trees and appeared to crouch down just behind the tree. It was now up on its heels and slightly crouched over. I could see it had very hairy white shoulders. I decided then to shoot at it. As I took the shot, the animal sprinted about 30 feet off and disappeared. We all heard the noise and immediately saw movement behind the 5th target in the other line of trees. We ran immediately and were all looking in the general direction of where it scurried off to. It was stuck in my head that the closer set of trees, that's where the others claimed they saw it go behind. I looked back where we originally saw the thing, and there appeared to be some kind of weird substance on the tree. It was like a black ooze, but I don't even know. The tree even appeared to be scratched, like this thing had been clawing at it before. We packed up our stuff and left, purely out of fear. It was only about 12:30 a.m. We were not thinking clearly, especially not with the bachelor party guest huddling up and making remarks about eye shine. My 2 coworker friends tried to convince me that I was just seeing things, and that I see things all the time, and don't claim to see something every camping trip. When we all got back inside, we recounted everything to their words, and had a hard time believing there was something out there. We even talked to the owners of the lodge, Old Goat Cabins. They basically brushed it off as black bears, but bear sightings are very common in the Upper Peninsula, and black bears are every bit as big as wolf dogs in my eyes. I don't know. It was very strange, the whole thing. Also, sorry if this story is kind of a jumbled mess. I'm writing on it from my phone, so I'm not actually double checking. Hopefully it reads good. Thank you. Me and my dog were just out in the Sierra Nevadas for a quick hike. As we were walking, my dog began to bark. As I looked to see where and what he was barking at, if there was really anything in particular, I didn't see anything. I noticed no bears, no strange animals, no weird sounds, nothing. After my dog was quiet, I called my dog to me, and where we were walking, we were actually heading back to a good friend's house, when all of a sudden, this dark-looking figure appeared just off in the distance, maybe no more than 80 feet away from me and my dog. My dog immediately reacted negatively, growling, hair standing up on the back of his neck, and I could not get him to come to me or to even get close to him. He was going rabid, baring his teeth, drooling, acting crazy. He's never acted like this before in his life. Something was wrong, and at this distance, I couldn't tell exactly who or what this figure was. And in that moment, I noticed there were several deer running from this thing in the direction that it was at, coming towards us. The deer seemed incredibly frightened, like whatever this person was or thing was pouncing on them, or at least trying to. And these deer were fleeing for their life, while my dog is still barking, going crazy, locking his attention on this thing. That's when the shape suddenly begins to bolt toward us, and I could see that it was much larger, huge head, and looked very much like a large dog, but upright. It had dog-like legs, and a very wolf-like head and body. Not a werewolf. I feel like going that far sounds pretty ridiculous, but it looked more just like some large upright wolf. I jumped, trying to pull on my dog, and as this thing got closer, it bolted off, disappearing behind the tree line, right where my dog was at. The feelings, I cannot describe to you how terrified me and my dog were. At this point, my dog was losing it, going completely haywire. I just picked up my dog and dragged him to where we were going, which was my friend's house. I'm trying to pull on my dog, and I could hear this thing running through the trees, as if trying to keep up with us and not lose us. I got down far enough to where this thing stopped following us, but I could see it moving, this large upright canine entity, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth again. This thing was pitch black, but was gray when it charged us in the clearing. It was definitely stalking us, whatever it was, and was far more intelligent than just some simpleton animal. This thing was keeping up with us, and ensuring we were not leaving, at least until it would allow it. Something I noticed was the stink. It smelled like smoke or hair burning, and kind of like rotting meat. It was a very strange odor, and I only started smelling it near the end of the encounter. I also didn't notice a direction that it was coming from, but more so all around, with this thing still around. Eventually, my dog and me got away, but I'll never know exactly what that thing was, or what it wanted. I've heard of legends and things like that, or creatures like these large wolves. People have thrown around the term direwolf, but I don't think that's exactly what this was. And I'm not going to go with werewolf, since the idea of that is ridiculous, and I don't believe it was a large werewolf. But could it have been a large wild wolf that maybe had learned to adapt and walk on two legs? It's very possible. Perhaps that there are a species of upright walking canine living up here in the Sierra Nevadas that have adapted, evolved, and learned to hunt, and are far more intelligent than any other species of wolf there are. Now that is very possible. I was camping with some friends and family out in the foothills of Ohio when one night, it was probably maybe midnight, we were all sitting around a campfire, talking, laughing, when my brother, who was with us, sees this large, huge figure walking around just beyond the light of the fire. He starts getting scared, and so we immediately start giving him so much crap, because, the typical getting scared around a campfire, and we believe he's just trying to make up stuff to try and spook the rest of us. but he keeps telling us, "Guys, I'm serious. Look." We all look, but we don't see anything. So we all just kind of yell at him, tell him to shut up and not see anything unless he has something important to add. He's like, "You know what, guys, I'm gonna go inside the tent. You can deal with this." So he goes and zips himself up, locks himself off inside the tent. We continue telling stories, laughing, having conversation. Not too much later, my cousin points, "Hey, do you see that?" We all turn and see this large, dark figure that appears to be covered in hair and is extremely large, kind of waddling, if not staggering towards us. Now we all have our attention towards this person, or what we thought was a person, and we're all like, "What on earth? Why would this person or thing be out here?" When we see that it turned its entire body toward us, and that's when the horror really kicked in. We all immediately knew this was no person. We could see these yellow glowing eyes, and this large dog-like head that reminded us of a German shepherd. It was walking towards us very slowly. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. My friend got out his weapon, and I stood up, waiting for this thing to get to us. I didn't have any weapons on me, but my plan was to scoop up some coal from the fire and chuck it at it. Now, how I was realistically going to achieve this is a whole other story. That's when this thing stopped. Now no more than 30 to 40 feet away, off in the darkness, but we could see it, at least the silhouette in its glowing eyes, and it emitted this very low growl. It was just like a lion growling. We were all scared crapless and retreated back to the tent, where we all, once again, flipped out on my poor brother, saying, "Why didn't you warn us? Why didn't you tell us something like that was out there?" There was arguing and bickering back and forth, with him claiming that he did, saying that we should have listened. We could hear this thing walking around closer to our tent and campsite, but it sounded like at points it would just stop. Maybe an hour went by. I don't know, but my friend walked outside the tent, saw the coast was clear, and basically said, "Guys, if we want to make it out of here, we should dismantle camp and just make a run for it." We all agreed. There was no arguments there. We jumped out, took down the tent, put out the fire, grabbed our flashlights, and we booked it. It wasn't until later on, after telling this story to a few close family members, that they would mention the idea of a creature called the Dogman. At first, I thought it was kind of like that of a werewolf, but I guess dogmen are different. They generally live all over the West, Midwest, and are canid-like upright beings. They can be seen having yellow glowing eyes, or red, but most commonly amber, and can come in colors like gray, brown, or even black. Their body styles range, but the one I saw was very, very muscular. So, I guess we have no other choice to conclude that we all had a dogman encounter that evening. At least, that's what I believe. So, I thought I would write this story into you, so you could tell me what you think, and if this really was a dogman, or something else entirely. I stopped for gas in a little town in northern Canada. I could tell it was dinner time, and after dinner hours were fading into the evening hours. Just outside the gas station that I stopped, I witnessed a family who looked Western get out of a small sedan and begin to unpack their wares, like blankets, jackets, and other things. What caught my eye, but is probably not all that relevant, was their children did not look well nourished. A kind of dysfunctional family. Turning the attention back to myself, I then began to pan out and look at the gas station clerk, who was talking to the father, and upon looking further in the distance, I noticed a strange gray humanoid figure watching them beyond the trees. with what appeared to have large gray claws and pitted eyes, like its eyes were just large, black, and empty, with small burning pitch inside. I had to rub my eyes to make sure I wasn't just seeing things, but when I opened my eyes again, this thing was gone. But one thing I did notice, a feeling remained lingering. A feeling you could almost grasp. Something that's physically tangible. Like something was here. Something different was in the area that was not there before I had ever noticed this figure. The dad was still talking to the clerk when he stopped conversation, walked away, and turned to look at me. His eyes were almost the same, black and dead-looking. And in that moment, all of his children and his wife turned to look at me too, and their eyes all the same, black and dead-looking. I got the creeps. To this day, I don't know if the humanoid figure that I saw in the trees had anything to do with this freak family. I don't know. But I didn't stay very long. Either did the family. The only possible correlation I could think of is that there are creatures called wendigos, which are nasty spirits. Supposedly cannibalistic, but I'm not exactly sure what this has to do with seeing this family and this humanoid off in the trees. Maybe it's possible they had a part to play together, but I can't be too sure. And that's about the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. My brother is a nature photographer. He does it for a living, and so because of this, we usually end up going out to the wilderness area all over the country. At one time, we went up to the Great Grand Wilderness of British Columbia, just for fun, not on a client mission. And one time, he went into a northwestern town near this one nature reserve. He said to me that he had a really creepy feeling when he visited the McBride Canyon Grocery. Well, we had been adventuring through various towns in the area, and had decided to visit the McBride in the early spring of 1978. I can tell you it was a cloudy day when we got there, and the mountains of the reserve were visible from miles away. When you get off the highway, number 37 specifically, you drove into a very calm, very beautiful area. It was so special that you had to stop in towns along the highway just to get your groceries. It was an area that was meant to be passed through, but not really lived in. The town square of McBride had several nice motels, a good Army surplus sales store, and the famous McBride grocery store in the center. The name of the store was in large neon yellow-green letters, but were very dim, which made them stand out in the weather. The store itself was a treasure trove of creaky floors and unkept 90-year-old shelves that smelled like natural ice deposits and alder-smoked meat. Besides that, the place had an inner sense of light and perception. Meanwhile, we got to the grocery store, and this is when the mood becomes strange. At some point, my brother was pulled aside and warned of his career, because a North American Indian legend demon, a wendigo, was spotted on the outskirts of town just before the summer had started, and was most likely still lurking in the area. I guess a lot of people there have been talking about it, since it's been making itself known to all the residents. Fortunate enough for me, I stayed behind in the motel when this happened. I guess, long story short, my brother had ventured out, all by himself in the early morning hours, to a small hill just outside of town. He was trying to get some good shots of some deer that were coming to the small clearing where there's a large pond to drink. If you know anything about deers, they are nocturnal, and they're very active during the dark. So he wanted to get there as soon as daylight appeared, just before light, so that they would still be drinking and not yet bedding down. But what he did not expect to see was this strange, monstrous creature, which he described to me was a Wendigo in the flesh. He described it as having horns, covered in hair, and having almost like a skeletal-like frame. Remember, this was back in the late 70s. Nothing like that even existed, as far as anybody was concerned. Not even in horror movies. My brother was so genuinely terrified. He changed careers and stopped as a nature photographer for years afterwards. He was far too scared to go back out into the wild. And even afterwards, he had a very hard time talking about it. In fact, he wouldn't mention it. He refused to even acknowledge the term Wendigo. But back then, that's not really something you would talk a lot about. But there were times where I would try to bring it up to him, to get him to talk about it. But that was the hard part. The only thing I've ever learned in all these years about Wendigos is what I've already told you, that they are murderous, Native American spirits, thirsty for flesh and blood, and will hunt down anybody they can. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I very well might be wrong about that, but they can also take several forms, from what I've heard of several local natives. Everything from these gaunt, disgusting skeletal figures to large, terrifying, hairy beasts, and everything in between. If there's anything you don't want to run into, and my brother was proof, is a Wendigo. I was out in the wilderness of California on a camping trip with my brother and a few mutual friends of ours. I can tell you the exact date and year it was. That's how much this terrifying event sticks out in my memory. It was October 22nd, 1980. My brother and I and our friends had pitched a huge tent for the night, and we were all sitting around the campfire, just talking about usual teenage stuff. I remember it was a very dark night, a cloudless sky. The moon was full, but the clouds had blocked out all the stars. There was no light from the moon, due to the thick clouds, so it was very dark. We had no choice but to keep the fire going. Suddenly, we heard a noise from the woods and see this large black shape moving through the forest. It slowly came to the light of the fire, and we see this very large, hulking figure. It appeared to be black and white. It had black eyes, but they seemed to kind of glow. It had very huge, long arms and legs, large black claws. The head appeared to be smaller, but had a very sharp, pointed nose, and it had long, tangled, brownish black hair. The hands and feet were also very large, like a human's, but with huge black claws. It stood at the edge of the campfire light, swaying back and forth as it watched us. We all sat there frozen as it watched us, making these strange noises. It was moaning, kind of in this deep growling voice. It was horrible. It sounded like cats dying. We all kept our eyes locked on it, not daring to make a move. It then emitted this terrible, horrible scream and began to move towards all of us. We jumped up, screaming and running for the tent. I reached it first. As I was going inside, I saw it better. It was now directly there, and I appeared to look into its eyes. Then it showed its teeth, and I was frozen. It opened its mouth, and I saw a massive row of long, pointed fangs, except every teeth were like that, and they were all in a very strange way. By staring into its eyes, I felt drawn to it, like my body was entranced. Then, I felt a hand on my shoulder and I turned and saw my brother. He pulled me away and stepped backwards. As I did so, it took another step forward. I saw that it was reaching out for me and breathing heavily. It made this horrible gurgling sound, and I saw its chest rise and fall as it was breathing. I gazed back at its mouth and saw that blood was now emitting from its mouth, all over and pouring down its chest. It began to back away, and my brother kept pulling me back. I couldn't help still feel like I was in a trance and being drawn to this thing that I was trying to shake off. I just felt myself wanting to go near it, like it was pulling me in. I felt in that moment the evil being broken over me, and just like that, from my brother pulling me back in the tent, I came out of a trance. After that, we all went running, abandoned everything, the tent, our equipment, everything, and just ran. We knew that as we ran, it was watching us. We were all very incredibly frightened by this experience, and especially in 1980, you couldn't tell anybody about this without being called a loon. So for the longest time, my brother and I just kept it to ourselves, unless we want to be called crazy by saying we saw some crazy monster in the woods. We wouldn't learn till much later that this creature we encountered was actually a Wendigo spirit that was probably looking to cannibalize us. I'm surprised I even managed to escape, because I know, just looking back on it, that it put me in some sort of dark trance and was going to consume my soul had I let it get too close to me. That would have been the end of me. I know for a fact there would have been nothing left. Probably not even bone. Why this thing began gurgling and emitted blood, I'm not exactly sure. Or why it even gave up on trying to grab me. Who knows? But it was by far the most frightening experience you could ever imagine having out in the woods all by yourself. Especially growing up, and you're taught that the woods are a safe place. Monsters aren't supposed to exist. And yet here we are, 2021, and there are countless stories upon stories upon stories of people seeing all sorts of horrible things, just like I did, out in the woods, when they trusted their peers, their parents, their families, that life, the woods, and everything like that is safe. I'm telling you right now, that notion could not be farther from the truth. I've stayed out of the woods and have pretty much refrained from any camping since that day 40 plus years ago. No, I'm not losing out. I'm staying safe. Look, I don't know what this thing was, but I'm fairly certain I saw a skinwalker this night. It was about 9 p.m., and I was driving past a small ranch here in the Arizona desert. As I was driving past, I saw something that resembled a small child standing on the side of the road. I slowed down and pulled off to the other side. I saw the thing turn and look at me. It wasn't a child at all, nor was it remotely human. In fact, it was the most evil, terrifying creature I have ever seen. If this was a Bigfoot, it would look similar, but this looked more strange. It was covered in hair, probably 7 feet tall, and was standing on 2 thick legs, huge muscular arms and body. It had a very distorted, deformed face, but also very grotesque looking. It had dark brown hair all over its body, but it was kind of coyote-like, if that makes any sense. But it was walking very strange, hunched and moving slowly. It had very big hands and very large feet. I was not really sure what to make of this strange creature, since it was moving and walking so weird. But as soon as it noticed me, it quickly began moving itself towards my car. That's when I quickly threw my car in a drive and sped off. I have no idea what this thing was, or why it was showing sudden interest in me and my vehicle, but I was not going to risk sticking around and finding out. I should make note that at about 9 p.m. this time, it was in the pit of summer, so it wasn't entirely pitch black just yet. There was still enough light that I was able to see this strange anomaly of a creature, and strange it was. I've never in my life seen anything remotely like that, ever. It was very perplexing, to say the least. So, my encounter doubles as a skinwalker and UFO story, because as soon as this sighting happened, I believe that all these beings began popping up around our property. It never stopped. The only thing that caused it to cease was me moving. Anyway, right around 20 years ago, at the age of 19, I was living in the desert on a small patch of dirt with my family. It was my first year living there, since after a very toxic living situation, I moved back in with my parents, and I was helping them build upon their home and on their property. One evening, around 8 p.m., I was outside on the front porch of the old trailer that my parents were currently living in. I was just sitting on one of the milk crates that I used to transport my small dog. I was peeling the label off a beer bottle at the time that had just opened, having a very quiet moment, enjoying the evening. I was facing east, looking out over the desert. It was a very clear evening. You could see for miles. To my left, I see this bright light approaching from the north. I assumed maybe it was a low-flying satellite, so I didn't pay much attention. But it began to get closer, and I realized it was coming way too fast to ever be a satellite. I thought that maybe it was a helicopter at first, but realized that it was too low to be a helicopter. I watched it as it approached, and realized it was also coming in very fast. The light began to dim, and I could start to make out what it was. It was this small oval-shaped object that was white, with a very reddish hue. It looked to be the size of a van. As it got even closer, I could see that it was completely silent and was roughly approaching 30 to 40 miles an hour. It began to slow down, and as it got closer, I could see that it was about 50 to 75 feet above the ground. That's when I could start to make out the shape. It had two bright white lights on each side of it, making it to be the size of stop signs. The lights were so bright that I could see the ground below it lighting up as it passed over. As the object flew over the trailer, I could clearly see the bottom of it, and it was not shaped like a typical aircraft. It was disc-shaped and had a very flat bottom to it. I could see that the object was also completely silent and was flying by some power that it must have had. As it passed over the desert behind the trailer, it slowed down even more as it then approached. It came to a complete stop mid-air. The lights on it were still on, but it was totally silent. I had no idea what this thing was. It was just sitting there, and I could see the shape of it perfectly, even though it was nighttime. It appeared to be about 50 feet long, and it was white. As I was sitting there, it began moving again. It seemed to fly back over the trailer and out of sight, but I could still feel it in the area. The air and atmosphere around me changed. It became very staticky. I was in total shock. I had no idea what this thing was or what it was doing there, nor had I ever seen anything like it before. I have never seen anything like it since then either. But afterwards, the following few nights later, which, by the way, I never told my parents about it at the time, they wouldn't have believed me. These weird beings began popping up all around our property. The only way I can describe them, they were these black, tall, coyote-like figures that would stay around the outside of the house. They would always be stalking and watching. Every time I saw them, they would be sure to keep their distance, but I always got a really bad feeling about them, like they were there to do harm, or that they were evil. It's like when you're around somebody in public, and you just get a really bad feeling, like that person's not a good person. It was kind of like that. You know, they say you're supposed to always trust your gut instinct. That's exactly what kicked in every time I saw these things. Pitch black, coyote-like, and upright. Very strange, but also terrifying. They never came and did anything to the house, but they were very curious, and there were at least 5 or 6 of them that would appear. And they would only ever come in the late evenings, nights, and early mornings. Never during the day, when the full sun was out. My parents again somehow never saw them. It's like they were drawn to me, or something. Maybe that UFO that flew over somehow marked me. I don't know. I know that's starting to sound like a crazy conspiracy theory, but this is an experience that I think about literally every day, and I've been dying to get some answers. Is it possible that I saw a UFO and somehow the energy of this thing appearing brought on the presence of these skinwalker beings? Or are these upright, black walking coyote things something else entirely? I'm not sure, but I would love some answers. Thank you so much for your show and all that you do. I feel silly for even typing this out, but I've told a few friends and they told me I should reach out to you. They also explained to me that it's very possible what I dealt with could very well be a skinwalker. Alright, so a few years ago, I happened to live in a really, really old house, probably built in the late 1800s, or even early 1900s. I'm not sure of the exact year though. I lived there for about a year and a half, and I lived alone. Being a single female, I did not like the idea of living in a house by myself. Even though the house was in the middle of nowhere, it was still pretty creepy. Oh, and another reason why everybody thinks it's a skinwalker. This was just barely outside of the Navajo reservation in New Mexico. The first thing I noticed when I first moved in was I would wake up in the early morning hours and hearing voices just outside the house. This is right where the bedrooms were, and I would wake up to the sound of what sounded like people talking, but it wasn't a language I understood. And being the stubborn person I am, I would just say to myself that there was nothing there, especially after looking outside the windows and not seeing anybody where the sounds were visibly coming from. I would then go back to sleep. It would usually take about 15 minutes or more for the voices to cease. I thought it was the wind, but I never heard the wind blow their voices or speaking. I also heard other voices coming from other areas outside the house. It was very strange. I've never heard the Navajo language before, but it did not sound English. It sounded kind of strange. I would also hear voices coming from inside the house. One time, even down in the basement. I could never figure out where exactly the voices were coming from. It was always just people having conversation, or somebody talking. Never anything more dangerous than that, I suppose. But being a female, this unnerved me a lot. Then there was one time I was outside talking to a friend of mine who had come to visit, and we both saw this black figure that was a person out by the back gate, roughly 75 yards away. They had on dark clothing, or what my friend mentioned appeared to be animal skins, and they were walking away. I called out to the person, but they never turned around, and there's nobody around here for miles and miles, so this really freaked me out. They quickly disappeared before we could catch up to them. Imagine that. And because of how desolate the area is, I have no idea where they could have gone off to. The next day, I was inside my house doing some laundry, and I noticed that the clothes in the dryer were kind of shaking. Shaking because the whole room was shaking. And I began hearing this loud chanting outside my house. It was all around, and it sounded like a massive native chant going on. But the voice and the pitches of the voice were off, like it sounded incredibly demonic. I thought I was having a mental breakdown or a stroke or some sort of mass hallucination. And then, just as soon as it began, everything stopped and everything went quiet. I ran outside, looking around for any source of what had just happened. Nothing. There was nobody around anywhere. No footprints, nothing. This kind of stuff kept happening. Although while I never saw an actual person or figure, other than that one day by the gate, these kinds of voices kept appearing over and over and over. It pushed me to the point where I was so freaked out, I was afraid to leave my house, and was convinced I had spirits all around. So, have it be skinwalker or spirits or whatever, I was determined to find somewhere to live. But due to my finances, and of course police not helping at all, I was stuck there for a little while longer, until finally I was successful in being able to roommate with another close friend of mine, and leave that place in the dust. I don't know who lives in it now, but the guy I rented it from, I guess, had quite a hard time getting people to move into it. Or so he told me when I signed the lease originally. Gee, I should have took that as a red flag initially. What was I thinking? So what do you think? Were these just evil spirits? Or was this an actual skinwalker that I was dealing with?